All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for joining me this Sunday. Sunday streams I always look forward to. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's, I don't know. I've been streaming on Sunday for, I think, 5 years straight now. 4 or 5 years, something like that. Like every Sunday. Regardless of the streams we do throughout the week, Sunday's always kind of been like the staple, you know? Always look forward to these streams. Hope everybody's doing well today. Just had some lunch, did a workout prior to my lunch. Feeling pretty good. Got my coffee. Got my water. Ready to hydrate. Gonna have some interesting discussions today. I just want to say, I saw somebody in the chat prior to me going live here. They're like, Sony's got to make some games. They don't have anything to play. I'm just like, bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? If you don't think there's anything to play right now on PlayStation, I'm just going to have to say, man, I don't know if you're actually a gamer. Seriously, like, are you gaming? I mean, look, if you're on PC, if you're on Switch, if you're on Xbox and you're playing over there, and maybe you're just interested in PlayStation for like exclusives, it makes a little bit more sense. But even then, it doesn't fully make sense. You know? It's like, have you not seen any of the things that Sony's released this year, man? I don't know. I see stuff like that floating around still. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? Saying compared to previous PlayStation consoles, there isn't much. Yeah, I would have to do some kind of comparison. I don't know, man. I feel like I've had a lot to play, I guess. But I get it. Not everything that's released for PlayStation is for everyone, right? What's up, Exley? Appreciate you being here, man. Saying nice shirt. I had the same one. Yeah, thank you. Mrs. MBG got me this shirt due to my excitement for Deadpool and Wolverine, and it's now my new favorite shirt. I really want to see that movie again, but what an amazing movie. I've been thinking about it a lot, you know? Actually says he's happy to be here. I'm glad, man. I'm glad. I'm hyped too. I don't know why. I feel like hype for no reason. Is Hype MBG back? Is the Hype Man back? Is he alive again? He might be. I don't know. He might be. I had like a terrible migraine yesterday. So I don't know if this is like the like sometimes they say when your migraine passes, you get like a euphoric feeling afterwards. I don't know. Maybe this is that. No, I'm just kidding. It's definitely not, because I can still feel it a little bit. It's because of you guys. But yeah, I had a horrible, horrible migraine yesterday for some reason. Came out of nowhere, you know? I don't know if it's like allergies or what. I was just doing my thing, you know? Enjoying my day off, relaxing, and like mid-afternoon, just terrible headache out of nowhere. Like, what the hell's going on? It's like one of those headaches that's so bad, like you take medication and you still feel it. But I tried to push through it. So you know what I did to try to help cure my headache? I played some Helldivers 2. Made my headache worse. It made it worse because, let me just go on a quick little mini rant here before we get into these topics, okay? As you guys know, I reinstalled Helldivers 2. I went back. I'm going to play it again. I'm preparing for the new content update. I originally said I wasn't going to, but then I changed my mind. And I'm like, you know what? I had a lot of fun with Helldivers 2. Let me go back. Let me see if I can have some more fun. And I'm glad I did, because I'm like, yes, I remember this, right? However, major problem. I decided to make matchmaking like public. Like any round or mission I would go on, I would make it so people could just come in. The team killing, dude. Team killing, and I'm talking like purposeful team killing, not like accidental. Legitimately ruining it for me. To the point where I'm like, okay, I gotta put it back to private or friends only. You'll come back for the new content. Yeah, actually, we'll have to get some rounds in, maybe. Because I do have quite a few people on my friends list from when we played it back in February and March. But understandably, I think a lot of people have moved on. But seriously, it was like really annoying. Like I was genuinely getting pissed off where I'm like, these people are a-holes, man. And it kind of made me wish for a moment that that you could have the option to toggle it on or off, because it's always funny when you accidentally get killed in Helldivers 2. A pod drops on you accidentally or somebody blows you up. It's like, oops. But when people start doing it purposely, like they call you in and then they purposely try to hunt you down and kill you, like that is truly it's like, why are you trying to ruin people's experience of this game, man? You're saying the team killing is worse at lower difficulty levels. Yeah, you know what? That probably explains it, because I was playing at lower difficulty levels to kind of ease my way back into it. And I noticed, like, every round I was playing, and you know what the worst part is, too? They would do it at the end of a mission. I mean, it was really, like, devastatingly, like, what is going on right now? I'm just trying to have fun. It was so bad. You saw a clip yesterday where a guy pushed his friend under one of the pod drops, and it was hilarious. Yeah, like I said, man, the friendly fire can be amazing when it's, it just creates those, like, random what the F moments. How did that even happen? But yeah. But now that we have more people here, let's go over the docket here and see what topics we have lined up today. So first off, we're going to be briefly acknowledging the closure of Game Informer. It was just announced, I think yesterday or the day before, that Game Informer is shutting down after like 30 years or something like that, or 33 years. So we're going to talk about that. And we have actually Get Some Trismegistus coming in. Kicking the day off with a 5-bomb for you guys. 5 memberships gifted from Exley. Really appreciate the continued support, man. You've been putting in a lot of work for this community lately, and we very much appreciate it, man. Guys, you know how it goes. If we hit our goal today of 25 members, we will feed the beasts. Okay, we will feed Boss. Luna's in here too, but she's sleeping on the other side of the room. We'll feed her as well. And I forgot to bring my dumbbells up, but some people were asking me if I'm going to start doing like lifts again at the end of streams when we hit certain goals. And we will do that. Yeah, we could do that too. So actually, I really appreciate it, man. Devil Shooter using his milestone chat saying, ordered PSVR 2. By the way, all PlayStation hardware was $200 off. That wasn't the sign of doom. Yeah, it's interesting. I did notice that shortly after. I thought it was just specifically PlayStation VR 2 that was discounted. It turns out, no, Sony was actually slashing prices across the board. I don't think the PS5 was $200 off, but they dropped it by like $50 or $75 or something for all the different models. And they had a bunch of games on sale as well. So it does seem like they were trying to move PSVR 2 units a little bit more urgently. Certainly, because $200 is a lot, and you could see like they sold out. People jumped all over that. But yeah, I think that maybe does change the perception a little bit, where it's like, oh, okay, if it's not just PSVR 2 exclusively getting a discount here, then maybe that's a sign that they're not going to be walking away from it, right? And I've been seeing a lot more people talking about it now that they've purchased it. A lot of people very impressed with it. I have to get back into it eventually. I will. I don't know when, but I will. All right, so yeah, we're going to talk briefly about Game Informer. We're going to talk about the situation with Black Myth Wukong and Phantom Blade Zero, because I don't know if you guys remember, but a couple weeks back, there was this accusation kind of floating around. I forget exactly where it came from. Maybe you guys can remind me, that Sony may have signed exclusivity deals for games like Black Myth Wukong or Phantom Blade Zero, and everybody's doing that thing that they always like to do, where it's like, bad Sony bad. Why you sign exclusives? Stop taking games away. You're bad. And it seemed fairly obvious that no, they didn't do that. Like it seems like we're just watching developers choose to skip Xbox. I know that's difficult for some fanboys to accept, but that is seemingly what's happening. Now we have explicit confirmation from the developers themselves letting us know the situation, what's going on, why this is happening. So we'll cover that. We'll talk about it in a more broad sense as well, like what this might mean for competition. Did you find the third bot in Astro's Playroom? No, I'm actually saving it. I did see that they updated it again, so I'm going to save it. And I'm going to... hold on. Yeah, I'm going to replay Astro's Playroom in just a couple of weeks, and I'm going to get those bots. We're also going to be talking about the Bungie situation again. We're not going to, at least I'm going to try not to rehash a bunch of the stuff we already talked about, but we do have new information that came out in regards to this situation that I actually wasn't able to cover the day of because it came out after my stream ended. But we have apparently certain accusations claiming that that Bungie may have oversold themselves. Some people even insinuating that they cooked the books in order to convince Sony to purchase them. But then there's also the side of it that people are saying Sony absolutely knew what they were getting themselves into, and this is actually part of the plan. Which is interesting to think. So we'll talk about that. We also have a little bit more insight into what exactly happened with The Last of Us Online cancellation, what caused this. Nothing crazy there, but still something worth going over, I think. Now, there's another topic here that, look, I don't want to get anybody overly excited here. Okay? I don't want to get anybody overly excited. And I'm going to give fair warning that you need to take it with a giant, giant, giant grain of salt. But there is seemingly a new screenshot that was discovered from a newly formed studio. The studio was formed by developers who used to work on at Naughty Dog, and specifically developers from Naughty Dog and Infinity Ward. Yes, Call of Duty's Infinity Ward. And the studio is called That's No Moon, and this screenshot leaked. And I might actually just kick off with this topic because people are noticing something. They're like, hold on now. What is this game that they're working on? I'm going to start there, but let me read the super chat from Waylark. He says, no! Why are we still wasting stream time on Xbox? It's as relevant as the Sega Dreamcast, a dead console. Nobody is shocked. Devs are skipping it. Because we have to, man. We have to... As long as there are delusional people out there who don't seem to understand what's happening and continue to try to misconstrue things and twist things and make it seem like Sony's out here stealing games, okay? As long as that continues to happen, we have to highlight the truth when it comes out. And it's very relevant, okay? The developers are flat. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting to hear from the developers themselves what's going on. So unfortunately, Waylark, for you, this is how it's got to be. I don't want it to be this way, but it's how it's got to be. But fortunately for you, we're starting with a different topic here, okay? Report. Former Naughty Dog and Call of Duty developers That's No Moon Studio's first early screenshot of a third-person shooter game on Earth. Oh my God, that title. It says here, it's not often a new independent studio's in-development first project can generate anticipation, but this is the case for That's No Moon. Founded in 2021 by veterans from Infinity Ward and Naughty Dog, the studio caused a stir from the beginning due to speculation that their debut project could be related to the Star Wars universe. This speculation arose because, in addition to the studio's name being a clear reference to the franchise, it was discovered that their first project would be based on an existing popular IP. However, Publication Inverse later debunked the idea of a new Star Wars game. So a couple things to point out here. Number one, studio formed by former Sony devs and former Activision devs, specifically Activision devs who worked on Call of Duty, a shooter. They confirmed the new game they're working on, the new IP, the new game they're working on is an existing IP. Now they say in a popular, like it's a popular IP, it's a known IP. They also confirmed it's not Star Wars. According to That's No Moon, their first project would be a third-person action-adventure AAA single-player game, which, thanks to job listings, we know is being developed in Unreal Engine 5. Despite these initial pieces of information, not much has been known about the title until now, since we have uncovered details that give us some idea what the game will be like, including an exclusive glimpse at the game through the screenshot of an early prototype. First and foremost, we know that it will be a military-themed shooter, which makes sense considering developers' experience with games like Call of Duty. This information comes from a mention in the resume of a motion capture actor who previously enough worked on the Call of Duty franchise, hinting at the theme of the game by listing a soldier as his character. It continues by saying here, additionally, the summary of a technical rigging artist, we can see listed the project as an unannounced AAA shooter, further supporting the idea that the game will be a shooter. There's also mention of vehicles, alongside technical aspects like cloth simulation and physics, aspects of which we can expect a lot with the power provided by Unreal Engine 5. Now for the most interesting part. We present to you an early look at the game taken from 2022, a reel of a VFX artist, That's No Moon. You ready for this? Here we go. This is the screenshot that reveals a very early build of the game. Now, let me just ask you guys, take a good close look at this image. What comes to mind here? What comes to mind here? Because I can tell you what comes to my mind, but I just want to know if any of us are on the same page here. It's Call of Duty. Spec Ops. Interesting. Who is making this game? Ghost Recon comes to mind, Socom. That's No Moon. It's a new studio that was formed in 2021 by Naughty Dog and Infinity Ward developers. I see a lot of you guys mentioning Socom. Dude, that is the first thing that popped into my mind as well. Now, keep in mind, this is a game in an established franchise. It's an established IP. So whatever we are looking at, a soldier holding a, what is that, a Scar H? A soldier holding a Scar H, third-person shooter. Whatever we are looking at right now is in an established franchise. A Scar Light. Oh, I get the wrong one. Scar L. I mean, I know I'm not on screen right now, but I just figured this was worth, you could tell it's really early. There's not like much to go off of here. Socom is not active. You're right, it's not. But here's what's interesting to me about this. Well, let me finish this article. It says the artist, whom we will refrain from naming to protect their privacy, shows us a soldier in a desert environment facing various pieces of furniture, including a table that the player appears to have destroyed. At the bottom of the screenshot, we can see a text box with dialogue from a character named Branch, potentially the player's character, saying, "Stop moving, trying to kill you." Additionally, we see the weapon UI, and the currently equipped weapon appears to be a Scar. Finally, in the top left corner, there seems to be a health bar and a stamina bar with 2 empty slots positioned above them. Since the screenshot comes from a reel of a VFX artist, we can assume that this picture is set in an environment made to test effects. And although it comes from a build that is 2 years old with a UI that is clearly unfinished, this first glance gives us a good idea of what the team at That's No Moon has planned for its debut title. So here's where things get even more interesting. Okay? If you look at Sony, right, and you look at how they have partnered multiple times, they've partnered multiple times with different developers on projects. I know I'm getting my hopes up here and I'm ready to be completely crushed, but I can't help it. I'm really starting to wonder if this is another one of those veteran independent studios, formed by industry vets that, Sony like reached out to and they were like, "Do you want to make Socom?" And we could potentially be looking at I'm just trying to think, like, what else could it be? It's in an established franchise. Could it be another Ghost Recon? Could it be a new Spec Ops? I doubt it. But what everything we're seeing here hints at a AAA modern military third-person shooter in an established franchise. There's only very few games that would be able to fit that in that box. And Socom, as far as I'm concerned, is absolutely at the top of this list. Medal of Honor, yeah, Yeah, it's possible. I mean, could it be like a Call of Duty game or something? It's certainly possible, but I don't know, man. That's the only thing. Actually, you're saying, have they confirmed it's a PlayStation exclusive? No, like we don't have any word on that. Um, they, as far as I'm aware, no mention of any platforms have come out. I will say something that would be a little bit different here is when Sony made their partnerships with these other studios, um, like Deviation and Haven and Firewalk, they announced these partnerships very early on. To whereas with this, it seems like it's being kept very secretive. So I don't know. It's Metal Gear Solid. Oh, that'd be crazy. I don't know, man. It's getting me a little bit excited though. I have to admit, like there is a part of me that absolutely wants to believe we are looking at SOCOM. We have Unicorn Tomboy here saying, MBG, I would love for Sony to make a Mistborn video game adapting the successful Brandon Sanderson novel series. That would be awesome. That would be pretty cool. I'm not too familiar with it, but I've heard of it, and I don't know. I don't know if Sony would be up to doing something like that, because at this point, I mean, we're just hoping that Sony will return to some of their own IP, right? Could it be Battlefield? I don't think so. No, I don't think it has anything to do with Battlefield, because Battlefield's not third person, and on top of that, EA already has an internal team working on a new Battlefield. We have Cypherpunk saying it may be related to Crossfire. Smilegate is their largest investor. Oh shit. Oh no. I didn't realize that. Is that true? Oh, that might have Cypherpunk. You may have just killed my hope, bro. Let me check. That's no moon. Smilegate. Let me see. Oh, you're right. Oh shit. Okay. Damn. Well, not to say it couldn't be good, but I think that okay. I appreciate you letting me know about this though, because yeah, I just got wrecked, man. No. MBG's hopes and dreams crushed in real time. Well, it says here this was back in July 28th, 2021. Smilegate poured $100 million into That's No Moon and its AAA developers. Okay. All right. You know what? Yeah. So, Michael Mumbauer is part of this studio. Is he still there? I think he already left. Hold on. This is weird because I think Michael Mumbauer already left the studio. And I think he like formed a different studio. Yeah. Yeah, he's already at it. So it's a weird situation. The person who was the head of this studio, I think it was Michael Mumbauer. Yeah, CEO Michael Mumbauer back in 2021. And he's talking all about it. Mumbauer himself was previously head of PlayStation's visual arts group. But I think he already left the studio. Yo, watch it. Watch us find out he left because Sony got involved. He's like, I tried to get away from Sony, bro. And actually get some Trismegistus. He's keeping it going today. He drops another 5 memberships for you guys, bringing us up to 10 on the day. Exley, thank you so much, my friend. Exley's out here, man. He's out here. He's showing that support. You guys going to let Exley do it alone? Come on. You can't let him do all the lifting alone. But I appreciate it, man. Let me see if
say hello
there we go.
To democracy.
And let me add that to the counter. So, all right, I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. I'm starting to think, yeah, it's going to be part of that shooter series from Smilegate, Crossfire. Maybe like a single player Crossfire game with like AAA production value. Man. Now I'm convinced that's what it is. Damn. Well, one can dream, right? Until it's confirmed. Craig the tech guy says, MBG, it's Forza. Clearly, yes. Microsoft decided to take Forza into a different direction. They're like, Forza, but it's a shooter. Always dare to dream. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Well, I hope not. You're saying IPs like SOCOM and Killzone are dead forever. I really hope not. I don't think they're dead forever. I think maybe what it is, like assuming this isn't SOCOM, which at this point it seems like it's not, because I actually didn't realize that about the studio. That's a good call out by Cypherpunk, which does pretty much confirm that this is going to be something in the Crossfire universe. I don't think these dormant IPs are dead, like SOCOM and Killzone. I just think that for now, it's one of these things where Sony really won't go back to it until they've like tried everything else. I think that it's something that they'll always consider. Like it's always going to be there. We can always license out these IP, or any one of our current studios, when they're finished with the franchise, can go back to any of these IP. But yeah, I don't know, man. I just really think the one IP that I really can't fathom that Sony hasn't pursued is SOCOM. You know, I can understand Killzone because I get it. Guerrilla wanted to move on to something else, and what they moved on to is a massive hit. Resistance, I get it. Insomniac is the Marvel studio now, and they still make Ratchet, so okay. But like SOCOM, I know, what is it, Zipper Interactive, I know that they were shut down, but SOCOM, I don't know, man. I just feel like you want to talk about Sony kind of fleshing out their overall portfolio and having enough games to like fill in each gap. That's something that I feel like Sony, you know, I know you're trying to fill in like the hero shooter gap, and you're doing something with Haven and whatnot, but like, man, Sony should have some type of like military-esque shooter. They just should. It doesn't have to be a Call of Duty competitor, but I think that to me is what makes it so strange that Sony won't pursue that, because what SOCOM would offer, not many other games do. There's really not many other games that would offer what a modern SOCOM game would. You know, a tactical third-person military shooter. I mean, maybe you think of like Rainbow Six Siege, but even then, it's first person. And SOCOM would be much more different in many ways. So I just don't know why Sony doesn't pursue this. It just feels like an easy win for them. Waylark, you're saying SOCOM I don't think will ever come back, sadly. I hope you're wrong. I mean, you could be right. Maybe Sony really truly is done with that intellectual property, but I don't know, man. That's the one game that I'm like, Sony, it's right there for the taking. It's right there. I mean, don't get me wrong, you shouldn't rush it. Like 32-player PvP, tactical PvP, there's like nothing like that out there. And they could turn it into a live service. You know, I mean, they could offer a single player as well when they launch it, but they could have a live service. Insurgency Sandstorm, that's first person as well, though, isn't it? Killzone, SOCOM, etc. were never hits and are never coming back. Sony will invest in new IP before ever going back to those franchises. Well, I mean, I would be okay with that, to be honest. Like, if it's like they just don't want to use the SOCOM name anymore and they really do just want to move on, that's fine. But I do think that they should get a game like that spooled up, you know? Something, it doesn't have to be exactly like it. It can still be its own unique thing, but something that shares a lot of similarities. Because I don't know. It's just like, all right. Look, I just wonder to myself, we see the live service roadmap from Sony where it's like you're getting Marathon from Bungie. You're getting, God, what, I don't know how I'm possibly drawing a blank. You're getting Concord from Firewalk, and you're getting Fair Games from Haven. And it's like, okay, it would be great if there could be like another game kind of, you know, in that bunch where it's like, and here's your kind of like more traditional. It doesn't even have to be traditional, but something that's more milsim, right? Something along those lines, like just a somewhat more traditional shooter. I just think that's. I don't know why Sony doesn't have that. Like that blows my mind. I mean, I know we talked about how Sony got too reliant on Call of Duty and games like Battlefield and all these other developers making these first person shooters, and I get that, but it's like, damn, dude, like this just seems like a really obvious blind spot. And we'll see. I have to imagine at some point they're going to. At some point. Cypherpunk with another super chat. Appreciate the super chats, guys. You're saying SOCOM would always be compared to Call of Duty if it was made again. Sony probably wouldn't want that comparison. How many lifetime sales did SOCOM even have? It's a good question. I actually don't know. Let me see. SOCOM lifetime sales. 12 million? A quick Google search says it sold at least 10 million copies. It says 12 million. Okay. Yeah, I could see how that could deter Sony. Yeah, it sold about 12 million across all their games. So it's not like terrible or anything. It's just, you know, a lot of the games that Sony's making these days, they're like hoping that, I'm not saying they're hoping they'll sell 12 million, but like, you know, if that's how many copies SOCOM sold in its lifetime, Sony's probably thinking to themselves, are we even going to hit 5 million with a new game? But yeah, I hope they do make some kind of shooter. You know, that's not like a hero shooter, just a more traditional one. They should put Bungie in a new SOCOM. You know what? Screw it. Sure, why not? A AA SOCOM. We have OK here with the super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. Saying Crossfire X seemed to be a massive flop in all respects. Does it make sense for Smilegate to double down like that? How does TNM link to PlayStation? That's no moon. If I'm not mistaken, somebody can help me out here and correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there is a Crossfire game that is hugely successful, like a free-to-play Crossfire game, right? But I think it's not successful in the West. I think it's successful in a lot of like Eastern countries, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that this is why Smilegate would likely continue to make bets on this brand, because I know what you're talking about, that game that they partnered with Xbox with, and there was even like a PSVR 2 game. Is it possible that they could partner with PlayStation for this game through this studio? I do think that's possible, yeah. But, you know, maybe that would be awesome, you know? Like, even if there is no PlayStation partnership, it's interesting to think that there are former Naughty Dog developers, you know, former developers who worked at one of the most prestigious single-player studios in the world, one of the most prestigious story-driven studios in the world, and whatever this new project is they're working on that is confirmed to be a modern military third-person shooter and a single-player game, and that's another massive blind spot I just completely missed, where it's like, wait, if they were making a SOCOM, there would be multiplayer. Maybe this is something that, I don't know, if Sony saw it, they were like, maybe, I mean, hey, if Microsoft can secure some kind of exclusive deal with this company, maybe we can too, but this is something that would suit our PlayStation audience much better. Just a thought, you know? It'd be interesting. It would be interesting. I'm either way, I'm going to be paying attention to this game, because of the talent that's involved with it, and you know, modern military shooter, yeah. Third person, sign me up. Please be good. Please be good. But I just wanted to kick off this stream talking about that, because I thought it was interesting. I saw quite a few people talking about it. I'm going to move on, and very briefly, I'm not going to talk about it very long, but I have to acknowledge it. Game Informer is shutting down. Video game publication Game Informer has announced its closure after 33 years of operation. Once one of the most popular and recognizable brands in games media, Game Informer is the property of embattled U.S. retailer GameStop, which itself has been in a downward spiral for eons at this point. Game Informer made its debut in 1991 as a print magazine and was quick to establish a presence on the internet in the mid-90s. The magazine subscription was only just revamped in March 2024, but Game Informer's web presence hasn't been as formidable as it once was. Today, the publication announced that it's stopping the presses completely. In an official statement, GI thanked readers and bid them farewell. From the early days of pixelated adventures to today's immersive virtual realms, we've been honored to share this incredible journey with you, our loyal readers, the statement reads. While our presses may stop, the passion for gaming that we've cultivated together will continue to live on. Thank you for being part of our epic quest, and may your own gaming adventures never end. Game Informer's closure takes effect immediately, and its next magazine featuring Dragon Age, the Veilguard, will be its last. So just have to, give a salute to Game Informer, man. I grew up with Game Informer, and I have to admit I haven't collected them it's been many years. There was a point in time where I had a massive collection of Game Informers. I think I had like over 100 magazines or something like that. And to be honest, I don't know whatever happened to them, moving around and stuff. But there's no denying that prior to really getting more engaged on the internet, Game Informer is something I relied on very heavily for many years. And I always appreciated their work. I always appreciated what they did. And it was always kind of exciting when you would see a game that you were really excited for being on the cover of Game Informer. And it's just sad to see that that's going to go away. I mean, it's not shocking, but it's still sad to see. And actually get some Trismegistus is still going. Guys, you need to come in here and help Exley out today, man. He's lifting solo today. Exley dropped 15 memberships so far. Solo. Exley, bro.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Really appreciate the support, man. Really appreciate you stepping up and doing the heavy lifting today. Let me see what else I can give you here. Actually, I don't know if you're a Metal Gear fan. I think you are. I appreciate it, man. So we are just 10 memberships away from hitting the first goal, guys. If we get 10 more memberships, we will feed the beast and feed the Micro Panther as well. He's waking up. He's like, come on now. But yeah, man. Sad to see Game Informer go. Waylarker saying Crossfire has 1 billion registered player accounts. Yeah, I knew it was something crazy like that. So obviously they're going to want to continue to do stuff with it. 15 days until Black Myth Wukong. Are you excited, MBG? Absolutely, I am. Where's Luna? She's sleeping over there across the bedroom. She'll wake up. If we hit our goal of 25 members, she'll wake up. Did I play NBA Street Volume 2? I did, actually. What a great game. I actually really had fun with that game. Okay, you're saying Call of Duty won the military FPS genre. PlayStation won't invest. You're saying they won't invest into a new one. I mean, you might be right. You might be right. Maybe Sony does look at it that way, where it's like, listen, if Battlefield couldn't do it, and Battlefield is a long-running franchise, and EA couldn't figure it out, what chance do we have? I don't know. I guess there's a part of me that would, like, I understand that the comparisons would be made where it's like anything Sony chooses to do in the shooter genre, it's going to be compared to, Call of Duty, and especially now that Microsoft owns Call of Duty. But I'm of the mind that like Sony should do it to serve their own audience. I do think that there's an appetite for a proper PlayStation shooter. I think there always has been. And I don't know if Sony could get to a point where they're willing to accept that it won't ever be like a mega massive hit, but it can just, come on, boss. That was rude, bro. It can just be something that's good enough. Hold on, guys. Boss. Oh my God. I don't know how he did that. I have like a blockade around me. You guys can't see it, but I've created like a blockade so he cannot jump directly onto my desk, and he still found a way, dude. For as big as he is, for as chonky as he is, he still finds a way to squeeze through these crevices and surprise me, man. Don't do it. Don't do it, boss. I'm going to need somebody to drop that 10 bomb right now because I can't deal with this cat, bro. He clearly needs his snacks. Help me out, guys. Help me out here. But yeah, I would just like to see Sony do it just for the sake of, like, you know, listen, we might not garner the biggest audience. We might not win over like the Call of Duty crowd and do Call of Duty numbers, but something respectable, you know, something that could just be maintained on its own. At least that's what I would hope for. You know, that's what I would hope for because I just feel like it's missing. It's been missing. And actually does it. Actually gets some Trismegistus, comes in and says, you know what, screw it, we're going to do the full 25 today. Exley's going to feed the beast.
Ghosty, read me. It's time
Boss,
to feed the beast.
you have to thank Exley, man. Good stuff. Thank you so much, man. Guys, you got it. I know you guys hear me. You guys got to come out here and help Exley out, bro. He straight up got 25. He crushed a whole goal solo. Love to see it, though, man. Really appreciate that. Let's get it done. So Luna actually ripped through the bag, the snack bag. Luna's insane. She completely ripped through it. I don't know how she did that. I had to put it in this container. It's like an airlock container. But here we go. Time to feed the beast, boss. You're gonna have to back up, bro. You're gonna have to back up. All right? Before I drop this container. I have to count them out now. Because I really am trying to watch his weight. Like he's getting chunky. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There. My God, that's 8 treats. That looks like nothing. Here you go, man. Over here. Over here. And Luna's passed out. She's not coming over here. Luna is completely passed out. Wait, I think she's coming. And Matt Fu comes in. Matt does it. Sorry, I'm a little bit late to it, but Matt Fu comes in and drops another 10 bomb, bringing us up to 35 members on the day. Matt, thank you so much. Exley's probably feeling relieved. He's like, thank God. Matt comes in. I'm not the only one today. Really appreciate it. The dude says, who the F is Luna? It's my kitten. We got another cat. All right, boss. I'm only gonna give you a couple more. Look at you. Look at you. You're so desperate. This is like the backyard cookout blend, by the way. It's like boss's favorite. I'm sorry, boss. That's gonna have to be good enough. That's gonna have to be good enough for you. Oh, here she comes. All right, wait. I gotta feed the Micro Panther as well, and we'll continue our conversation. Matt, thank you for the 10 bomb, bro. And thank you guys for your continued support. I didn't say it at the beginning of the stream. I usually do, but I can only do this because you guys make it possible. We have an amazing community here. I'm incredibly thankful for you guys and everything you do for me, for my cats. Very much appreciate it. You want to see Luna? She'll probably jump up here at some point. Yeah, she's right below me. I just can't pick her up and put her near boss because they're very good together now, but they still, if they get like right in each other's faces, they still get a little weird. Luna, boss, stop hissing, bro. Stop hissing. You need to chill. There, you get some catnip. All right, and Hellbound 1981 comes in. Hellbound's doing it. Actually brought us to 25. Matt drops a 10, and then Hellbound drops another 5, bringing us up to 40 members. Guys, doing amazing today. Love to see that support for the channel and the community. Thank you guys so much. Let me update this goal so you guys can see where we're at, and we'll continue our conversation here. We're going to move on to the main topic of discussion in just a moment, where we need to talk about what's going on with these Xbox games, or these PlayStation 5 games, and why they're not releasing on Xbox. Yeah, W's flowing in the chat for these guys. Yeah, come up here. There's some people that haven't seen you yet. Come on. Come on. She's being weird. I don't know. Hellbound says you're welcome. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Actually says MBG is my most expensive monthly subscription. Well, that's very kind of you, actually. We have some you're very generous to this community and myself. We have some amazingly generous people here, and I definitely try not to ever take advantage of that. Very much appreciate it, man. This is Luna. For anybody who doesn't know, this is Luna, by the way. What are you doing? She just laid completely flat. She's going to be 5 months old, I think, in like a week or two. But yeah, she's the newest part of the family. Oh, you're going to fall. You're going to fall. Be careful. Look. You got some catnip. All right. Let's dive into the main topic of discussion here. Thank you for that, actually. Thank you. You're too kind, man. Oh, and I will just say too, we are going to be doing more members content this week. Okay. So be on the lookout for that. We're going to be doing we're going to be doing more streams. I'm hoping to do a gameplay stream and a regular members lounge. So if you are a member, please look forward to that. Also to my members, this is important too. Please be on the lookout. There will be either today or tomorrow or in the next like 2 or 3 days, there's going to be a members only post that goes out where I'm going to be asking you guys to leave questions. Okay. I'm not going to be able, depending on how many we get, I'm not going to be able to answer all of them. I can't promise that, but there is something that I'm spooling up. All right. Something I'm, hey, you get down. Hold on. Get down. About to knock my camera over, dude. But yeah, if you're a channel member, look out for that community post. It's going to be a members only community post, and just be on the lookout for it. Okay. All right. Time to move on to the main topic of discussion here. I have a article here from Insider Gaming. Phantom Blade Zero developer, quote, "Nobody needs Xbox," end quote. In a recent report published by a Brazilian outlet attending China Joy 2024, it was claimed that a Phantom Blade Zero developer had some harsh words for the Xbox ecosystem. It was explained by the developers of both Black Myth Wukong and Phantom Blade Zero that they don't have exclusivity agreements in place with Sony. They just don't see the need to bring their games to Xbox. Per the post on the Brazilian outlet, when an S-game developer was questioned on the platform distribution of Phantom Blade Zero at China Joy 2024, part of their response was scalding. Boss, god damn it, bro. No, don't you meow at me. We're just going to keep it moving along. Quote, "Nobody needs this platform. Thanks to Icon Era's John Elden Ring for the source." I love that name, John Elden Ring. The anonymous developer was talking about Xbox. Reportedly, they went on to say that the console platform isn't popular in Asia, which is true, and that Microsoft has made it tough to develop games for the Xbox Series X and S while creating a very overloaded ecosystem. Black Myth Wukong is being released on August 20th on PS5 and PC, while Phantom Blade Zero is assumed to be dropping in 2026. So that I forgot to mention to you guys, Phantom Blade Zero is apparently targeting 2026, so we got a while before we play this game. It is going to be a big game, clearly, for PS5, but holy shit. But yeah, it says here that I've linked these two titles here because both S-Game and Game Science were at China Joy 2024, and the Brazilian article makes it clear from the developers that while both games aren't being released on Xbox, it isn't because they have secured any kind of exclusivity deal with Sony. They just don't feel that anyone needs the Xbox platform, which is a pretty inflammatory thing to say. However, it's no big secret that Microsoft's hardware sales are falling, and the team looks intent on relying on streaming and cloud-based solutions. So who knows? Perhaps even Xbox doesn't need Xbox. That's the article. Don't shoot the messenger. That's just the article that said that, okay? But holy shit, dude. These developers are not holding back. Absolute savages out here, straight up saying, not even saying people don't need Xbox. Like, the way I'm reading this is these are the developers saying we don't need Xbox. Like, we don't care. Like, we don't even want to be bothered to put our game on Xbox. And this is the big fear. Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft, let us have competition. This is not competition, bro. People are choosing to skip your fucking console. That is the opposite of competition. This is detrimental to competition. Sony doesn't even have to worry about signing exclusives at this point because they're getting some of these big-ass games like Black Myth Wukong and Phantom Blade Zero from developers that are just like, yeah, you know what? Fuck Xbox. We're not going to make any money over there. And it's like, holy shit. People wonder why Sony seems to just be so chill and like, you know what? We don't have to rush a showcase. We don't have to rush this. We don't have to rush that. Yeah, they don't have to rush anything because look, this is the competition. And you know what the worst part about this is, though? The most damning part, in my opinion, is that a couple of weeks ago, there were reports coming out that were trying to spin this, that were trying desperately to make it sound like Sony signed exclusivity deals. I want to see if I can find it real quick. I'm trying to remember who was the first to report on it. Everything I'm seeing is okay. Here we go. Jez Corden's Microsoft statement suggests Black Myth Wukong has some sort of exclusivity deal, causing delay. Quote, we're excited for the launch of Black Myth Wukong on Xbox Series X and S and are working with Game Science to bring the game to our platforms. We can't comment on the deals made by our partners with other platform holders, but we remain focused on making Xbox the best platform for gamers, and great games are at the center of that. And I remember when this came out, everybody was like, oh my God, Microsoft just revealed that Sony is a deal. And I was like, I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Like, Sony would have confirmed this. And this is where I think people, again, like these kind of like radical fanboys, like, I mean, like actually like really insane ones, they don't use any logic where it's like, if Sony locked down Black Myth Wukong is an exclusive or Phantom Blade Zero is an exclusive, you better believe they're going to flex that shit. Yeah, slimy deals that don't exist apparently. But Sony would absolutely flex that. They wouldn't like try to hide that fact. And this was just such a weird statement from Microsoft because it's like, they knew what they were doing. They're like, look, if we just make a random statement or like just put this sentence in there, we don't comment on on deals our partners make, they knew how people were going to perceive that. We have a Cypherpunk saying, doesn't Microsoft say nobody needs Xbox anyway? I mean, basically, yeah. People were talking about this a week or two ago with the whole Amazon Fire Stick situation where in their advertisement, and I saw the ad, by the way, I was a little bit late to it, but people were telling me to watch this ad that Microsoft put out, and it was bizarre, man. Like, they hardly showed any games, but it was basically just trying to tell you just need a controller and this Fire Stick. And it's just so strange to see this because, again, I will never be able to get over the fact that the name of this brand, it's just so ironic. The name of this brand is Xbox. Such a great name for a gaming console. It's a box with an X on it and it plays games. And they're removing the box. Oh, they're not removing it, but they're like downplaying it so much. It's just so ironic and sad. Digital Dude 25 says Xbox is dog shit. Even developers are starting to realize this. Xbox Series S was a huge mistake. It was. Dude, the developer straight up says in this article that Microsoft created a overly complex ecosystem. And you know what they're referring to by that point. They're referring to the Series S. And it's one of these things where when we look, we have criticized Jim Ryan a lot, but I specifically remember back in 2020 when the Series S was announced, Jim Ryan was being questioned quite a bit. Like, how come you guys didn't do that? And he just straight up said, like, look, anytime this has been attempted in the past, it's never went well. So we're not doing that. And, there were a lot of people in agreement, but there were also at that time a lot of people like, well, I don't know, man. That seems kind of anti-consumer. It's like, no, it turns out the most anti-consumer decision that was made here was actually on Microsoft's part because now, like, people who bought their consoles are just straight up missing out on games. that otherwise, like if it was just the Series X, you do have to wonder, would the situation be different? Would Phantom Blade Zero, would Black Myth Wukong, would they feel more encouraged and enticed towards like, okay, maybe there's not as many units out there, but we don't have to worry about the complexity of getting this shit to run on the Series S. You do have to wonder if that would make a difference in them deciding, you know what, let's just do it anyway. Let's just port it over. So it's, yeah, I'm in agreement, Digital Dude. We have Taicho. I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly, but you're saying Phantom Blade devs are only saying what Microsoft has said about Xbox. Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right about that, man. Microsoft has made it abundantly clear at this point that they're not trying to take on Sony or Nintendo in the console space. They're trying to compete at a publishing level, and that's not necessarily the worst thing, but if you're somebody who cares about the competition between platforms, consoles, and ecosystems, it's definitely not ideal. And my big thing with this is this only helps convince more people to invest in the PlayStation ecosystem, and it helps convince people to leave the Xbox ecosystem. That's the problem that I feel like, I know Microsoft doesn't really care as much about the console anymore. It's not their priority, but like if you're Microsoft, you got to know, like, dude, shit like this is going to make people leave because they're finding out that we're just not getting games. We can't even blame Sony at this point. We can't even point the finger and say, well, Sony took this from us. No, Microsoft took it from you. You know, Microsoft prevented you from getting this. And that, to me, is what's going to, if this continues like this, because that's the thing. Phantom Blade Zero, Black Myth Wukong comes out this month. These are high-profile AAA games. These are not just some indie titles that's like, oh, yeah, who cares? No, like, a lot of people care. If you go on the PlayStation Store and you check to see the most pre-ordered games, Black Myth Wukong, I think, is in the top 10. And it's moving up each day. So, I mean, if you're Sony, you're just sitting there being like, dude, we're getting free console exclusives over here. GLP Gamer, you're saying Game Pass will be Microsoft's first party and small indies only. No third-party AA or AAA. Not many Xbox will buy games when they have a $20 a month subscription. Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, it's abundantly clear that when Microsoft says, let us have competition, they're not talking about competing with Sony's PlayStation console. They're talking about, let's compete against PlayStation Plus by continuing to prioritize Game Pass. They're talking about exactly what you're saying here. Like, we're going to raise the price of Game Pass, and sure, it's fine, but I mean, you know, it's obvious that like, I want to remind people, if Microsoft had it their way, Game Pass would be on PlayStation. And if you're somebody who plays on PlayStation, you probably think, well, would that be the worst thing in the world? Probably not. But for Sony and their own ecosystem and everything they're trying to build out themselves, yeah, that would be a very detrimental thing for them. But let's not forget that that's what Microsoft wants. And this is why I've tried to tell people, like, none of this is about competition. Microsoft is in this to make money just like Sony is. And Microsoft is more like the kind of company that's like, maybe we can just kind of like arrange some type of agreement and partnership and we can both make lots of money. And of course, if you're in the business of just making as much money as possible, it's hard to see Microsoft as the bad guy there. But if you're looking at it from a more consumer perspective, you do have to sometimes question like where that actually leads. And I don't know, man. The worst part about this is the people who are the most loyal to Xbox are the ones that are kind of getting screwed over here. Like if you're somebody who like plays on PC and that's where you play like Microsoft games and whatnot, and you wait for Sony games, you're not getting screwed over here because you still have access to these games. But if you're like that person that's like, no, I still like Xbox and I care about that and I want to go, you know, I like their console. And I just think that sucks ass, dude. I do. That's not troll concern because it's already done. It's just like, that sucks. Like, I would honestly right now, sincerely, if I would, I play PlayStation. That's what I play. If I knew that in the next 3 weeks, this big AAA, awesome looking fucking boss rush game, Black Myth Wukong on Unreal Engine 5, it's not coming out on PlayStation because the devs decided to skip it, I would be fucking pissed. Like, I would genuinely, like, Sony, what are you doing? Like, that's the type of stuff that's going to make me reconsider the investment I've made into your ecosystem. So, from all angles, this is just a shitty look. Like, it feels like everything's coming at a cost here. You know what I'm saying? Or like Microsoft can come out and be like, Black Ops 6 Game Pass with a price increase, but still Game Pass, right? But we're not going to get Black Myth Wukong, and when Phantom Blade Zero eventually comes out, you're not going to get that either, and you're going to start to see a trend of developers not releasing games on our platform, but Game Pass Call of Duty. And it's like, yeah, it brings to mind the saying that, like, there's always a price to be paid. You know? MBG, you're talking like Black Myth is not coming out on Xbox. Well, I don't know, man. This new report seems to indicate that it's not happening. I'm not going to jump to conclusions. Could Black Myth eventually make its way to Xbox? Yeah, it's possible. Sure. There is no exclusivity deal. So maybe like a year later, after they're done like putting out updates for the games and they make their money, maybe they'll be like, you know what? Now we'll put the extra effort in to make an Xbox version. It's possible. But even then, like, it doesn't change the fact that, like, Microsoft is kind of putting their most loyal fans in this awkward position where it's like, you can't be mad, right? You can't be mad because we're giving you Game Pass. We're giving you the best deal in gaming. We're giving you Call of Duty in the Game Pass. What else do you want from us? It's like, Black Myth Wukong, please? It's like, no! You're not getting that. And you're not getting Phantom Blade Zero either. And that's what's weird to me about it. Is it's like I do wonder in the end how big of a difference it's really going to make, because maybe I'm overselling it. Maybe the truth is it doesn't make a difference. Maybe Microsoft's laughing because they're like, dude, no one's making their decision on buying an Xbox based on Black Myth Wukong or Phantom Blade Zero. Nobody's making their decision on buying a PS5 on Black Myth Wukong or Phantom Blade Zero. Maybe that's true as well, but no matter which way you slice it, it's not a good look. It doesn't help. It doesn't help the situation. It doesn't make competition look better or increased. It makes it look decreased. And that sucks. Like, that just straight up sucks. Sony's probably happy, though. Sony's probably happy, like, they're saving money. William, you're saying all the doom and gloom and fear and uncertainty and doubt around PlayStation will be washed away in the September showcase. 3 new unnamed/secret studios and a dozen unannounced games in development. I mean, I'm mostly in agreement with you, William. Call it fanboy shit or not. I've tried to explain to people. I don't know when it's going to happen. I mean, William, you seem confident it's going to happen in September. I hope you're right. The sooner the better. But I've tried to explain to people that, you know what? Let's look at it this way. What does Xbox release this year? Hellblade? You think that's it? Hellblade 2? Do we count Palworld? I guess we could count Palworld. From their studios. You know, that's the craziest part, dude. From Microsoft is supposed to be this massive powerhouse where, like, we have the most studios in the world. And it's like, how many games did you put out this year? 1. I mean, you can't make that shit up, dude. Meanwhile, Sony, look, if you want to make these there's a reason I'm making this comparison. It's kind of what William's saying here. I said after the Xbox showcase, what Microsoft just proved is that it's all about showing. It's all about showing. If you have a good show, all is forgiven, dude. All is forgiven. And the perception changes overnight. Microsoft just proved that with their showcase, because the reality for Microsoft is from their own studios, they've only released one project. And you're talking about the biggest game publisher in the world at this point. One project, one game from their own studios so far this year. And one partner game with Palworld. Granted, Palworld's great, and that's huge. Good for them. But when you compare that to the other side, place this idea of the doom and gloom and the fear and uncertainty and doubt. It's just like at the beginning of the stream when somebody was like, "Yo, Sony's got to make more games. They don't have anything." It's like, what are you smoking, bro? I mean, really, what are you smoking? Like, I gotta know, because you're not paying attention, or you're just totally missing everything. Sony's put out Stellar Blade. They put out The Last of Us Remastered. They put out Helldivers 2. They put out Rise of the Ronin. All just within the first couple months of this year. Probably forget, what was that game? Grand Blue Fantasy Relink is another one. And then when you look at the second half of the year, well, let's look at it here. Age of Mythology is next. Is that for Xbox? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. How the F do I forget that? Yeah, how do I forget? I forget the biggest one. Pacific Drive. Yeah, the list goes on, dude. The list goes on. And it's not here to say, like, Sony's better than Microsoft. No, because who fucking cares at this point? Everybody's made their minds up. You either like Microsoft better than Sony, or you like Sony better, or you like them both the same. Everybody's made up their minds. But the point is, if we're talking about, like, the things people are saying, the way people are acting, okay, let's compare the second half as well. Sony's got, as much as I'm loath to say it, but still, it's Concord. Sony's got Concord, baby. What you gonna do now, Microsoft? We ain't gonna do shit. No, they got Concord, they got Astrobot, they got Silent Hill 2 Remake, they got Until Dawn Remake, and they got Lego Horizon Adventures. That's 5 games. That's 5 games, dude, for the remainder of this year. Not even, again, not counting any third parties, those are just 5 games. Microsoft, I just saw, dude, Avowed just got delayed. Like, so we're looking at, does Indiana Jones have a release date? Indiana Jones release date. It's targeting 2024, but it has not been officially confirmed. No date has been given yet. Okay, so right now there's Indiana Jones and Stalker. Yeah, Stalker 2 was delayed. Holy shit. That's crazy. 2 of the biggest games that were supposed to launch for Xbox this year got delayed to next year. Well, I mean, they'll have a strong beginning to 2025. No, Perfect Dark's not coming this year. There's Indiana Jones. Avowed got delayed. Age of Mythology is at... Okay, Black Ops 6. Black Ops. Well, to be honest, as funny as it sounds, dude, you better believe Microsoft doesn't give a fuck about anything getting delayed, because you're right. They got Black Ops 6. That's the greatest irony of it all. Flight Simulator, I think, is supposed to be coming. Listen, there's a reason why I'm saying this, though. The reason why I'm saying this is because if you compare the fucking output of video games, yes, that's right, the thing that we're talking about engaging with, the action of playing video games on these consoles or on your PC, when we actually compare what is being delivered, not what we're waiting for, what has been delivered so far this year and what is going to be delivered, I guess you could technically say waiting for the remainder of the year. Dude, Sony is doing better than Microsoft. Fucking flat out. It's not subjective. It's not subjective. When you see the stack of games that Sony has put out, whether it be through first, second, or third party exclusivity, it is not comparable. to what Microsoft has done. Microsoft has done significantly less. Yet people are way, way harder on PlayStation. Why do you think this is? I will tell you why. It's because Microsoft came out in June and was like, we got a fucking show to put on, people. Get hype. And they nailed it. And they're like, we'll show you this. We'll show you that. We'll show you a little bit of this. And look, check out this over here. Oh, and Black Ops 6 and Game Pass. And it's like, boom. Before you know it, nobody gives a shit that Microsoft's output has been weak as fuck this year. Nobody gives a shit because what they give a shit about is, I know what's coming. I got the roadmap and I got Game Pass. But that's the thing, is when you just look beyond that, it's like, Sony, what you got? It's like, well, we got like fucking 10 games this year, dude. Not even counting something like MLB, right? We won't count that. We won't count Call of Duty, we won't count MLB because those games go everywhere. But if you're just trying to make these comparisons, and that's why, William, to bring this full circle, the point that I'm trying to make is what you are saying is fucking true. That's the point. What you're saying is true. When Sony decides we're actually going to put on a good show now, all of this nonsense that you're seeing people spout about Sony is just, it's not going to matter. It's going to go out the window in an instant. Because I just watched a brand that has fumbled the ball for 10 years straight. Poof. Just like that. In a matter of 2 hours, they erased it. Like it never happened. And that's a company that fucked up for like a decade straight. So wait until you see what happens with Sony, a company that hasn't fucked up for a decade straight, when they're ready to actually get people excited. That's just the truth, man. I don't make the rules. If I made the rules, well, Sony would have already had a showcase. But William got me going there. Don't remind me of that, Irfan. Don't remind me of that, bro. Don't make me sad. I'm not trying to shit on Xbox. It's just that, like, it's not Xbox that I have a problem with. Like, to be like, it's clear they're doing their own thing. It's the internet conversations. It's the disingenuous conversations that continually occur day in and day out, week in and week out, and it's not real, man. Like, I get it. Like, are we gonna, let's pounce on Sony for this Bungie situation? Of course. Let's talk about Concord and what's going on there. Of course. Yes. We're not gonna pretend these things don't exist. But let's not also indulge and entertain nonsense that like a certain group of people that just, it's like, we get it. Like, people always make fun of me, and others were like, Microsoft bad, Xbox bad. Like, what? What are you talking about? Where the fuck were you when I was reacting to that Xbox showcase? Where were you? Where were you when I said that was really good? Where were they? Xbox not bad. Hey, I'm ringing the bell, guys. Xbox not bad. I'm ringing the bell today or yesterday. PlayStation bad. PlayStation Bungie bad. PlayStation Concord bad. They're both good and they're both bad in their own ways, but if we're talking about looking at things objectively and really comparing them in an honest way, they both had their W's and they both had their L's. And as far, like, listen, from that point forward, and I will say this is a bit more subjective, because honestly, whether I want it to be or not, people are going to make it this way. I think Sony has had a fucking significantly better year than Microsoft thus far. The only thing Sony hasn't had this year that Microsoft has is a showcase. That's it. That's it. That's it. And I guess if later in the year, and they're going to have Call of Duty in a $20 subscription service. Sure. If that excites you, I'm not here to take that away. I'm not here to say that's bad. I'm just here to say, for me personally, that's not better. Anyway, see what you did, William? I hope you're happy. William's probably smiling like, yes, my work here is done. And the year isn't over yet. Anything can happen. Yeah, that goes for both Sony and Microsoft, man. Let's chill out, and you should oil up for the memes. Meme away. Meme away. I want to talk about Call of Duty for a moment. You know what? Let me get through these super chats so I don't keep you guys waiting. Remind me when I finish the super chats. I want to talk about Call of Duty because there's something I got to say about Call of Duty this year. Okay? And I'm not a hater. I have probably more hours on Call of Duty than like most people. Okay? I'm not a hater. We have Music Maker Man. He says the Army game IP looks so much like Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter Remake. Yeah, a couple people were saying that it does look like Ghost Recon, but dude, I don't think so. Ubisoft, if I'm not mistaken, they only make Ghost Recon in-house. I don't think, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they've ever licensed that out, especially, and I don't think they would license that out to a new team. But I get where you're coming from. It's one of those only games that you can kind of. It's one of those only games that come to mind when you think third person shooter like modern military, right? How was the last Ghost Recon, by the way? I saw that it was on sale in the PlayStation Store. It's like really cheap now. I think the last Ghost Recon I tried to play was it was like the one that came out in 2017. I didn't really like it very much. It was okay. Was it like Ghost Recon Warfighter, I think is the last one, right? Was it good? Is it worth platinuming? Is it an easy platinum? Is it a difficult platinum? I don't know. Yeah, I think Wildlands. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, Breakpoint was the latest one. Wildlands, I played a little bit. Wasn't a big fan of. Didn't play Breakpoint. It was broken at first. That's what I heard, yeah. That's why I kind of avoided it. A lot of people were like, oh, this new Ghost Recon is like really messed up. Irfan, you're saying at least 6 posts about this have been removed today from the Xbox subreddit because mods deemed it as console war and trolling. Clown mods canceling the developer's own explanation. Dude, you gotta be the cope, man. The cope is real. Come on, bro. How are you gonna actually remove like genuine news that's relevant to your platform? Get it together, guys. I know it's not good news. Nobody's gonna be excited about that, but you can't withhold it. You can't scrub it just because you don't like it. Breakpoint, not so much. You're saying Wildlands was a good one. Breakpoint, not so much. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I've fallen off of Ghost Recon, to be honest. It's been a long time since I really cared about it. But we have Waylark here with the super chat, and he says, these are Asian devs, and Xbox is non-existent in Asia, so isn't this just common sense? They wouldn't waste time and money to make a version for it. Kind of a non-story, in my opinion. You know what's so funny? Waylark, I don't know who it is. Listen, I'm going to put this out here now. So there is, I don't know if it's like, again, one person or it could be a group of people. I have caught the attention of somebody or something. Look, dude, Waylark, your super chat has 20 upvotes. Okay? 20 upvotes. The one underneath that, 22. Dude, there are seriously angry, upset, distraught Xbox people that just cannot remove themselves from my channel. And they just wait. They just wait for any time. And it's like, listen, I don't know what to tell you guys. You must really like me. You must really like me because, dude, they are here showing the most fucking engagement. And I'm not even trying to rage bait. I could have made this title so much more inflammatory. I'm just literally reading to you what the developer said. And Waylark, I disagree, bro. I disagree. A non-story? No. Were people saying the same thing a couple weeks ago when Microsoft was like, we don't comment on the deals our partners make. And suddenly it's like, oh my God, I think Sony, everybody's talking about Sony signed an exclusivity deal. Was that a non-story? No, it wasn't, because the insinuation not the confirmation, but the insinuation was, oh, it sounds like they may have locked down these games as third-party exclusives. Now we're getting confirmation, even more important. So actually, I would go as far to disagree, Waylark, that this is the opposite of a non-story. This is an important story, so people know. I think we found him. Waylark is the mod in the Xbox subreddit deleting these posts. I'm just kidding, Waylark. I don't know that that's you doing that, but it's true, man. It's like, listen, flip it. Just flip it for a moment here. Would you say it's a non-story? You would say, no, it's definitely a story because, well, PlayStation does well in Asia. Sure, we could maybe take it that far, but beyond that, no, this is relevant to anybody who owns an Xbox. Because every person who owns a PlayStation in the West, like myself, I get to play Black Myth Wukong. Every person who owns an Xbox, whether that be in the West or in the East, they don't get to play it at all. So I don't agree. I don't agree at all. I think that it's obvious. I get it. Look, I get it. I don't know who it is. I don't know if you're listening right now. Phil, is that you? I don't know if it's Phil. I don't know if it's somebody that was hired by Microsoft. I know you stalk my channel, and I know you try desperately to fucking just bring everything down and create a false picture. Anytime I talk about Xbox, keep going. It's not going to undo the truth, man. I'm sorry. You do it as much as you want. Keep upvoting the comments. Rudy, it's you. I knew it was you, Rudy. I knew this whole time. I was like, this guy, the shit he's saying about Concord, I don't know. But in all seriousness, it's like, I'm sorry. It's not going to undo the fact of the matter that this, like, a developer has come out. Sure, they are a Chinese developer, but they're not even saying it's not. They're not even saying it's because the install base is so small. They're just saying like it's not. Nobody needs it. Like they're flat out shitting on the Xbox ecosystem, saying it's just not relevant or worth it. I think people are forgetting that there were reports earlier this year coming out of, what was it? I think it was coming out of GDC, where GamesIndustry.biz was reporting that there were conversations at GDC, not exclusively Asian developers. There were reports coming out that developers were basically questioning why they were even releasing their games on Xbox. I get it. I understand. People are in denial. They want to believe that the worst isn't happening. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you the worst is happening. All I'm going to tell you is this is starting to happen. It's beginning to happen. It's not a matter of fear-mongering. Like, don't let anybody tell you you can't fucking enjoy your Xbox. If you want to enjoy your Xbox and that's where you want to play, throw your middle finger up in the air and enjoy yourself. Nobody's going to stop you from doing that. But don't come over here and be like, yeah, I don't think so, man. Who cares? Is this a big deal? It's like, yes, it kind of is. But hey, man, I can't wait to see the top comment on this stream of some dude who's like, whatever, bro, who cares about Black Myth Wukong and Phantom Blades? I'm going to be playing Call of Duty, blah, 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 all the fucking list of games I'm going to be playing on Game Pass. And it's like, yeah, but you're like, just because you don't care about Black Myth Wukong or Phantom Blade Zero doesn't change the fact that two major AAA games are skipping your fucking preferred platform, and your response to that is, I don't care. No wonder Microsoft is putting out fucking ads for these freaking Fire Sticks and being like, you don't need a console. No wonder Microsoft basically just like turned to their fucking console fan base and was like, yeah, we kind of don't care what you want. We're here for the money. I'm not saying Sony doesn't do that either, but for Christ's sake, man, like, get a grip. Get a fucking grip. Like, these are the same people that are jumping all over the Bungie shit, all over Concord. And I'm jumping on it too. But the moment it's like, oh, hold on now, I don't think this is a big deal at all. Yeah, it's not a big fucking deal. You're just losing AAA games. No big deal. Who cares? I swear, man. You. That's true, Devil Shooter. You will have top comment. That's very true. I love how Devil Shooter makes that clear. It's like, yo, bro, that's my spot. Do we know if Black Myth is 30 or 60 FPS on PlayStation? I'm bracing, as shitty as it sounds, I'm bracing myself for 30 FPS. I don't want that. And I don't know if it's been confirmed or not, but it's Unreal Engine 5, and it's looking like it's trying to push the limit here a little bit. Anyway, I'm in full rant mode today. But El Unico Coco, I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly. All right, El Unico. You're saying, so should PlayStation stop PSVR support because they are getting outsold 30-1 by MetaQuest? The devs are skipping the platform. Probably. Yes. Do I want that? No. But if you're talking like logical, rational, business-wise, if it stays that way, the answer is fucking yes. I don't want that. But it's like, dude, PlayStation tried. It didn't work. And so they have to decide. Either continue to beat this dead horse or try to, bring it back to life, I guess, in this case, or move on. I say give it more time. I'm not saying, like, pull the plug now, just like I'm saying don't pull the plug for Xbox. But, if you're trying to compare PSVR 2 to Xbox, first off, that's a sad comparison that we even have to do that. It shouldn't be that way. The conversation was supposed to be about comparing the PS5 to the Xbox. But this is where we are. And the truth is, if Sony were to keep making decisions that make the purchase of a PSVR 2, not even the purchase, that makes the investment into the ecosystem feel not worth it because you're missing out, then the answer is yes. If you are one of the biggest problems with PSVR 2, that new Batman Arkham game. Like, are you shitting me? Like, we're getting another Batman Arkham game, but not for PSVR 2? I am a PSVR 2 owner, and I'm looking at Sony. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? How does it get to this point? I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, that's okay. I don't care about that game. Like, no, that's fucking stupid. I may as well be saying, I don't care if PSVR 2 dies a slow death. So I'm saying, like, if you care about the shit you care about, you got to let them know. And this is how you do it. So to answer your question, El Unico, the answer is yes. If Sony keeps getting their shit absolutely beat out of them in VR to where they can't move the needle at all, and they're starting to lose games to MetaQuest because it's just too far out. Yes, at some point you got to pack it up. You got, like, if anything, just for the sake of, like, just put it out of its misery. I'm not saying we're quite there yet, but the rate things are going for PSVR 2, it's going to be the next Vita. Unfortunately, it's going to be the next Xbox. It's going to be the next Xbox, bro. All right. Let me see. We have OK here saying PS5 will be the worst way to play. BMW, Microsoft PC wins. I mean, I guess, yeah, in a way. I guess in this case, you would probably say Steam wins. But I don't know, man. Like, you're saying it's the worst way to play, and that's fine. Like, I'm not going to argue with that. Because, listen, I've already made it clear that Black Myth Wukong could run like shit on PS5. And I'm a little bit nervous. Unreal Engine 5 has struggled. So you could be right in that, for all we know, the comparisons could come out. And it's like, well, the conversation is no longer about this game not being on Xbox. The conversation is, oh my God, this game runs like dog shit on PS5 and is not optimized. And at that point, yeah, the conversation flips to, well, shit, man. If you release your game broken and unplayable, you may as well have not released it at all. I'm not saying that's what I'm anticipating. I'm just saying I'm prepared to find out that it's not. Again, I said I might have to play it at 30 frames. Not ideal. And if you could play the game at 60 FPS on PC, that's the better version, of course. And I'm not here to take that away from PC. I mean, I don't know that I'm necessarily going to give that to Microsoft as a win necessarily, because people are going to be playing it through Steam. But I'm just saying, as somebody who buys a PS5, like, if the worst thing I get out of this is it runs okay, it's very playable on PS5, but it's like the best version is on PC. Dude, it's literally like that for PlayStation games right now. God of War Ragnarok is coming out. Actually, kind of forgot about this, but it's coming out, I think, later this year for PC. That's going to be the best place to play God of War Ragnarok. Spider-Man 2 is eventually going to come out on PC. That's going to be the best place to play. Like, if you want the best, that's where you get it. So I'm okay with not having the absolute best. And I'm also okay not paying for it. I'm perfectly fine with the console. I'm just saying that, like, you know, it's one of these things where it's all a matter of perception, okay? Right? Like, if you want to say, when we talk about Black Myth Wukong, the first thing that comes to mind is PS5 will be the worst place to play. You can do that. Just like if the first thing you want to say is Black Myth Wukong is not releasing on Xbox. I would argue the chances are Black Myth Wukong will be playable on PS5. It'll be probably fine. Again, I don't want to like jump to conclusions. We'll wait to see. But if it ends up being fine and it's, you know, playable enough, I mean, that's what it's going to turn into? I don't know about that. I think I had too much coffee today. 30 FPS is not fine. I mean, to be honest, I do expect 60 FPS at this point. It's just the Unreal Engine 5 aspect of this game is what's making me wonder if they're going to pull it off or not. That's what I'm wondering, you know? Waylark, you're saying they may have the best-selling game. God, dude, look at that. Dude, look. I'm convinced these are not... Look, I appreciate the super chats. Are you people real? Dude, these people have to be like paid trolls or something, man. Like, why are these the messages? Why are the messages like, yeah, what the fuck? Why can't Xbox get this game? Listen, here's one for you. Why the fuck are people so okay with constantly talking about how much money Microsoft is investing in the Xbox ecosystem, but they're not willing to invest in this? Why are we in this specific topic rather than just acknowledging that this is bad for Xbox? And I'm not going to say it's bad for PlayStation because, again, we still get to play these games, but shit like this is more likely to make Sony complacent. But should that come at the detriment of the Xbox player base? The answer is fucking no, it shouldn't. And that's why I'm saying, is it really so hard to just say, Microsoft, you're spending billions upon billions upon billions of dollars to pick up this, to pick up that, to acquire this. But, you know, do you think you could just maybe cut a fucking check to this studio to just make it so they'll fucking put their game on our console? Why? Like, I don't understand. No, why do that when we can just say Call of Duty will be the best-selling game of the year and Microsoft owns it? If anything, what you just said proves my point further. Like, so you're telling me Microsoft has more than enough money to just fucking pay these developers to get them to put their game on their console. But they won't do it, will they? No, they won't. Holy shit, dude. The gaslighting. My super chats are gaslighting me. It's okay. I gotta be honest though. I'm having fun. This is why they're doing it. They know. Oh, I know it's gonna make MBG lose his shit. All right, we have Cade Winter saying they need to add offline mode to PlayStation Portal. I work in the field and internet blows. Well, the only way that's going to happen, Cade, is Sony's going to have to release a new handheld. Like, because literally what you're saying isn't possible on the PlayStation Portal. What you're describing is a dedicated PlayStation handheld. And I do think Sony is working on that, and I think that is going to come. But yeah, unless there's some kind of like hidden hardware under the hood that they have yet to activate. But no, I don't think so. The PS Portal, it's a device that's completely reliant on a strong internet connection. And so the best I could say at this point is, I mean, there's always the Steam Deck, but if you want that PlayStation experience and you want it natively handheld, we're waiting for that. We're waiting for the follow-up to the PlayStation Vita. But eventually I'm going to get the PlayStation Portal, try it out myself. Cypherpunk is saying, dude, I've never seen anyone get upset about Xbox as much as you do. You need to break from thinking. You need a break from thinking about them. No, I will think about Xbox as much as I want to. I will fucking rebrand my channel and I will be an Xbox channel. In fact, you know what? I'll do it. How about that? Somebody drop a fucking $100 super. Oh, don't actually do this because I'm not doing it. But I'm trying to make a point. I was about to say drop something, but then somebody actually wouldn't be like, oh shit. I will fucking rebrand my channel and I will go back to Xbox just so I can fucking bitch about them. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. All right. I'm not going to do that because the truth is I will talk about Xbox as much as I want. Listen, if the only argument you got for me is you are a PlayStation channel, you lost the argument. Because you should know, Cypherpunk, as well as everybody else, I am not just a PlayStation channel. I am a fucking PlayStation channel that also talks about Xbox. And I will always talk about it. You know why? Because I fucking can. That's why. But no, in all seriousness, I know I'm just being a real tough guy MBG here. No. In all seriousness, the reason why I'm talking about it is because this is literally relevant to PlayStation. I actually, believe it or not, I know Cypherpunk. I know you and others are going to have a hard time believing this. And you don't have to believe me. I don't give nearly as much a shit about Xbox as I make it seem on this channel. That's the truth. Like, I don't play on Xbox. I don't follow Xbox news. I'm not following Xbox influencers. I don't give a fuck. And actually, the only time Xbox at this point comes up on the channel is when it's directly relevant to PlayStation. And Cypherpunk, my friend, let me tell you, this topic is directly relevant to PlayStation. Or if somebody super chats me. Yes, that's right. If somebody pays me money for me to read a question and that question has to do about Xbox, you better fucking believe I will answer that question. You better believe. And I will give them a good answer. I will give them a nice long answer because they're fucking paying me. Just like I am for you right now, Cypherpunk. So thank you. But yeah, no, Xbox is always going to be a part of the conversation. Honestly, the only time Xbox would probably, no, even then they would still be part of the conversation. I was going to say if they like quit consoles and went full third party, dude, I would still be talking about Xbox. You know why? Because they're going to be releasing games on PlayStation. In fact, I have something to say about Call of Duty. And you know what the irony about Call of Duty is it's an Xbox game. So what's the next thing? Don't talk about any Xbox games, including Call of Duty, even if you're playing it? Is that the next thing? There's no winning with you guys. I need a punching bag. No, I wouldn't put... that would be fucking funny, though, dude. Like, hanging a punching bag next year, and anytime I'm, like, raging, I just get up and I start beating the shit out of it. That would be amazing. You're giving me... Don't give me ideas. If I ever in the future, if I ever like really get like a truly dedicated room, like fully, like a little studio room, I will like do shit like that. My man MBG is at his wit's end. I'm just having fun with it, man. It's all about the entertainment, right? It's all about the entertainment. I mean, I do have some points I'm trying to get across, but at the same time, listen, I don't know who it is. Again, I don't know. Like, I don't know if they were hired by Microsoft. It's like it's actually Microsoft employees. Listen, I don't know if they're hardcore fanboys or haters or whatever, but keep doing what you're doing, man. Like, keep wasting your time and keep trying to do what you do because it's never going to fucking work. Like, I'm just going to keep talking about Xbox. I'm going to keep reporting on the things that need to be reported on. And it's not for you. It's for my audience. I'm trying to serve my audience here because, you know, like what am I supposed to do? Just, well, this topic has the word Xbox in it, so I guess I shouldn't cover it because they told me not to. Like, what do you guys? What the fuck is wrong with people? Like, what is wrong with people, dude? All right. What's next? We got Rashdom V2 saying it's disingenuous to count third party as Sony exclusives. Oh, Rashdom, give me a fucking break, bro. Give me a break. I counted Palworld. I counted Palworld as a Microsoft exclusive, as a console exclusive. Because, you know, if I don't count Palworld, well, then what does Microsoft have? They have one fucking game. 1 5-hour game. So I will count third party, if anything, for the fucking sake of Microsoft at this point. I mean, dude, if we were to just count first party, Sony still, I think, does better. Because let's think about it. I mean, as loath as I am to count it again, Concord, first party. That's 1. Last of Us Remastered, 2. Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. And I get it. I get what you're going to say. Concord sucks ass, and The Last of Us Remastered, oh, another fucking remaster. I get it. I'm not here defending them. But those are 2 PlayStation Studios titles that came out this year for PlayStation. Okay? But if we go further, we're looking at Astrobot. That's 3. Astrobot, easily the biggest. But it goes further. 4. Horizon Lego Adventure. Again, not sitting here like that's some kind of flex, bro. Like, oh man, Sony's got that Lego Horizon Adventure. It's going to shit on everything. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it counts. That's 4 games. And then Until Dawn. That's 5. If we were to compare that to Microsoft, Microsoft will have Hellblade, Flight Simulator, and if it doesn't get delayed, Indiana Jones. I get it. I already know what people are going to do. Well, Indiana Jones is going to shit. Sorry. Is going to shit on Concord. You're probably right. You're probably right. But it's the point is, man, it ain't going to shit on Astrobot. See, that's where I can't take it that far, Rashdom. I'm sorry. I know you want me to. I can't take it that far. I can't compare Indiana Jones to Astrobot. I can't compare Hellblade to Astrobot. Oh, sorry, Rashdom. You had a follow-up. You're saying people, including me, want Xbox to do good for competition. PS5 only is not good for the industry. I'm glad. I agree. I don't just want it to be PS5 only. I don't, because, dude, if it's PS5 only, we will not be able to stop Sony from getting complacent. Sony won't be able to stop themselves from getting complacent because there's not going to be a threat. I mean, you could maybe argue there will be an eventual threat of if you piss your actual fans off enough, people will leave. But if you're the only option in this specific space, maybe Nintendo, I know we've talked about the idea of Nintendo being direct competition, but I don't know, man. I'm in agreement. I don't want PS5 only. That's why I'm trying to say that, like, it is concerning to see that AAA games, are starting to slowly but surely, at least starting with Asian AAA games. Sure, I get it. Maybe that's not the most surprising thing, but if it starts to bleed over, man, if it starts to bleed over and we start to see it happen with more prominent devs, it's going to be like, that's going to be a death rattle. And I'm not looking forward to that shit. I'm not, look, I'm not looking forward to the Xbox console dying. Somebody right now is probably saying, yes, you are. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. No, I'm fucking not. Why would I want to see the Xbox console die? How is that going to help me, the person who wants PlayStation to do more and to do better? How is that going to help me? It's not going to help me. Just the fact of the matter is, when I say that, Microsoft shrugs, bro. Microsoft just shrugs and says, let us have competition. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're killing your console faster than anybody or anything. What are you talking about? Let us have competition, bro. I don't even know what to say to these guys no more. Game Pass. There you go. Game Pass. All right. I do appreciate the super chats, though. Mikey, you're saying Microsoft prioritized the showcase, then having no games, or then having games. You're saying Microsoft prioritized the showcase over having games. I mean, look, there's no denying, and we've talked about this, there's no denying that Microsoft has a really good-looking roadmap. This is why I'm saying, like, all the Xbox people that get so mad at me, like, why? Listen, you're so quick to not prop me up, but shine a light on me when I'm saying something shitty about Xbox and being critical of them, but you just completely are gone when I'm saying something good. Why don't you try shining a light on me when I'm saying something good about Xbox to help your case? Like what I'm saying in these instances is helping you and your platform that you prefer. And I've said over and over again that Microsoft had a fucking great showcase, dude, that laid out a solid roadmap that people are excited about. And that is the one thing Sony still isn't doing. That's just the fact, And there's no denying that goes a long way for people, right, who are wondering, should I give a shit about the Xbox ecosystem or brand? That goes a long way. But when we're talking specifically about consoles, when we're talking specifically about millions of people, because that's the thing too here. I get it. We could say like, oh, Black Myth Wukong and Phantom Blade Zero, they're Asian games made by Asian developers, and we know how Xbox does in Asia. And it's like, yeah, but these are games that are also shipping in the West. And here's the fact. Millions of people bought Xboxes. It may not be anywhere near the amount of, millions of people that bought PlayStations or Switches or that are even on PC. But the fact of the matter is there are tens of millions of people who bought Xbox consoles, and the majority of them, yes, they're probably in the West, right? But still, again, these games are shipping in the West. And this is where it's just like, I just don't know why it's so hard for some people to acknowledge the good and the bad in an effort to, it's just as simple as you take the good with the bad and the bad with the good. That's how it goes. I don't expect Microsoft to come out here and be like, you know what, guys, we're sorry. We really fucked up. No. But what I would expect are the people, the most vocal people, the people who are always have something to fucking say. Anytime Sony fucks up, I expect those people, why don't you simply ask the question, hey, Microsoft, you spend a cool $68 billion on ABK. Can you just take like 1/70th? No. Fuck that. $1 billion? I don't think so. Can you take like 1/200th of that and just write a check so these developers will port this game to the console that tens of millions of people have bought that you sold them. Could you do that? Why the fuck would they? They're not going to do that because they're not. This is just what I try to tell people. They're not going to do that because Black Ops 6 on Game Pass, baby. That's what we paid for. And so I get it. I get it. Some people are going to be like, oh, okay, well, I guess that's good enough. But I don't know, man. If you think about it, prior to this Activision Blizzard deal, Microsoft probably would have tried to make something happen because they would have realized that this is not a good look for us. You're talking about the same company that wrote a check to get Lies of P onto Game Pass, which was awesome. Like, Microsoft has proven, like, they're willing to do it, man. Or I guess I should say they were willing to do it before they acquired ABK, before they acquired Bethesda. And this isn't even talking about games not coming to Game Pass. This is talking about games skipping a platform entirely to where now your competing platform that you're supposedly competing with just got multiple free exclusives. At least console exclusives. I don't know, man. It is what it is. I still sit here and I expect Microsoft to compete in the more traditional way in the console space, but they're not going to. Bro, hey. Boss is like, I've had enough of your shit, bro. I've heard enough. All right. We got Faded Legend. All right, come on, chill out. Saying, I just bought Wukong yesterday. I would be pissed if I couldn't play it. Yeah, man. Dude, it's one of my most anticipated games. I was watching gameplay of it. I'm like, this shit looks incredible. They won't write checks for games that aren't coming to Game Pass. They know their audience won't buy the game. So they threw away money for nothing. I mean, yeah, I know. I get that maybe it doesn't make business sense, but it's just like, all right, that's fine. That's fine. Like, I even understand that. Like, you don't want to wait. Like, you don't want to spend money to change perception because you know the game's not going to sell and you're going to be wasting money if you pay these devs. I get it. But then that's where, again, I look at the people who were getting all upset about me covering this topic. It's like, so you guys are going to acknowledge that this is pretty fucking shitty, right? Right? That's all. Anyway. Cypherpunk, you're saying PSVR 2 should be the topic instead of the trash box. PlayStation channel, dude. Listen, don't make me do it, Cypherpunk. I'll do it. Don't make me do it. I will put some green in my banner. I will turn my channel to a PlayStation and Xbox channel. Don't make me do it. I'm trying to tell you. I'm going to squeeze balls. I'm sorry. I just read somebody like, bro, put boss down. I'm trying to stop him from chewing my mic. Okay. I'm not even holding him tightly. I'm just trying to make sure his head doesn't, veer in this direction. I'm going to rant while holding boss. I'm going to squeeze him. Boss is funny, dude. I don't know. He likes that, though. Some cats kind of like that when you just kind of like hold them tight. But Cypherpunk, listen, dude. Here's another. I just got to say this too. This is where it's a little bit unfair to me. Like, I'm not trying to defend myself because it's not necessary, but I just want to make sure it's understood that, dude, I did talk about PSVR 2. Like, more than, like, probably 99% of people. Like, literally the last stream or the one before that, like, there was a whole massive topic dedicated to it. We talked about it for, like, an hour. Or longer. And we even talked about it here today. So, it's just, listen, I'm just trying to say, people who don't like some of the topics I talk about, you got to understand, like, just dip out. I don't want you to. I want you to stay. But if you got to dip out and come back. We talk about a bunch of shit. And most, like 99, look, maybe not 99, but like 90% plus, 90% is PlayStation. And Steven Leon comes in and drops another 10 bomb on you guys. Steven Leon is keeping this membership train rolling today. He's saying we're dropping the 10, boys. I need to see some W's flowing in this chat right now for Steven Leon. He's dropping those memberships. Thank you so much for that, Steven. You just did it. You got us up to 50 members on the day. That's 2 goals annihilated by you guys. Amazing. All right, come here, boss. Steven says no more Xbox. Dude, we got Remake Station 5 in the chat with a Starfield. Pure chaos right now. Remake Station 5 with a membership to the channel with a PlayStation logo next to his name with Starfield in the profile picture saying PC has everything. I'm glad Sony makes games for it. Absolute chaos up in here. Remake Station 5 don't give a shit. No, honestly though, the best part is the Starfield profile picture. That's what makes it. That's what makes it, dude. We're going to get that Starfield remake on PS5 eventually. And the prophecy will be fulfilled. He's an anomaly. He broke the system. All right, let me but Steven, dude, thank you so much for the 10 memberships. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. I'm going to update this member goal and we will proceed forward here. Okay. There we go. So yeah, 50 members crushed today, guys. Just got to give another shout out. We have an amazing community here, always showing great support. Definitely don't take that for granted, man. Thank you so much. Would I pay $70 for Starfield? If it was a game I was interested in. I mean, look, I think eventually Starfield probably will come to PlayStation, and it's going to be a big deal if it does. But I'm still not. I'm not going to play it. All right, we got Rich Rod 908 saying PlayStation gangsters, Xbox wanksters, Bungie wanksters. The Last of Us F. Wait, what does the F stand for? Factions? Rich Rod. Thank you. That's all I can say about that. Thank you for the super chat, bud. We got Waylark. He says, you're reading my super chats like 20 minutes after the conversation. I'm sorry. I'm doing it again. I apologize. I was sarcastically saying that Microsoft may end up with the best-selling game after you asked what they released this year. You got some paranoia. Waylark, I am sorry, man. I'm sorry. You're right. The paranoia, dude, the voices are getting to me. I'm not even kidding. Like, dude, I'm sitting here. And as I was reading that, I hear the voices. And they're like, it's true, bro. Black Ops 6. What are you going to do? I hear like Phil Spencer's voice in the back of my head. And he's like, we won, MBG. We won. And it's because we have Black Ops 6. And you will buy it. You will buy it. That's right. You will buy my game, MBG, and you will thank me. And I lost it. I do apologize, though, Waylark. The worst part about it, dude, listen, I got to make this clear right now. Because, I don't know, the truth is, dude, if I had read that even in MBG sacrifice, if I had read that super chat even in the moment, I wouldn't have known it was sarcasm. So I'm just going to say, if you can, if you're ever typing a sarcastic chat, put a slash and then a capital S next to it. Or just an S. Capital S makes it easier. Just so I know that's sarcasm. Because I cannot read sarcasm. So Waylark, I apologize, man, because you got me, like, I'm over here, like, losing my shit on Waylark, and he's like, bro, that was sarcasm. But yeah, for future reference, to help me out, slash S. So I know it's sarcasm. But I do appreciate the support, Waylark. I still got something I got to say about Call of Duty. I'm just trying to catch up with the super chats. Xbox Series /S. Xbox Series Sarcasm Edition. All right, we got Sage Infinite. He says, what's the big fall release this year? Is it just me, or is the second half really lackluster? It seems clear to me, if you're talking about PlayStation, Sage, I assume that's what you're talking about. It seems clear to me that Astrobot is supposed to be the big one. And it's a bit awkward because I don't believe Astrobot, and this is coming from somebody who's very excited to play it, I don't think Astrobot alone is enough to create the same type of expectation, or fulfill the same type of expectation and generate the same type of excitement that some of these previous games we've gotten in previous years have done. Like, I don't think, like, I'm not over here thinking like Astrobot is the equivalent of God of War Ragnarok or Spider-Man 2 or Horizon Forbidden West. Like, listen, there's some people that would probably say I'm going to have more fun with Astrobot than some of those games. But if you're talking about like this big fall release, the one that's supposed to be the massive blockbuster, yeah, Sony does not have that this year. And it is a little bit different. It's a little bit different because Sony's been doing a pretty good job year over year making sure if they don't have that big blockbuster, they're going to just like completely overload you with like, you know, just games that like you're not going to be able to even play all of them at one time, you know? And then you could say they're maybe leaning closer in that direction. Because like I said, they have like 5 games coming. But I don't know. Like, maybe Until Dawn? I really don't know what Sony's expectations are for that. I wonder if Sony thinks that Until Dawn could be like a bigger November release. Because the original Until Dawn sold really well, but it is a remake. And I don't really see anybody talking about it. So yeah, I don't think that they have that big holiday blockbuster that's going to easily sell 10 million units. But I do think Astrobot might be able to go further than some people think. That's my belief anyway. Okay, you're saying if Black Myth Wukong or Phantom Blade Zero runs at 900p 30 FPS on PS5 and 4K 120 on PC, would you play on PC with a DualSense? Xbox earnings say what they are doing is working massively. I mean, this is a tough one. Like, what you're describing, 900p 30 FPS, that's fucking pathetic. Like, if it was that bad, I would seriously consider playing it on PC. I mean, it would be awkward for me because I just don't ever play on PC, but that's bad enough to where it's like, holy shit, that's ridiculous. That's like last gen at that point. And people would be pissed. People would be pissed, dude. 900p, even 1080p 30 FPS would be really bad. Like, that'd be really, really bad. So I guess what I could say is like, I would like, if Black Myth Wukong comes out, it's digital only for now. And it runs that bad. Like, yeah, dude, I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to have to play this on PC. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm not like, that's like, if I wanted to go back to last gen, I would still be playing on PS4 or Xbox One, you know? Like, that's crazy. But we'll see. I'm eager to find out. You know, let me look this up real quick. Black Myth Wukong PS5 performance. Let me see if there's any info on this. Yeah, see, it makes me a little bit nervous. Wait, Black Myth Wukong running on PS5. I'm not seeing much. This is interesting. Okay, hold on. So there's some footage I'm watching right now. 7 months ago, Black Myth Wukong running on the PS5. So this is just a very short video I did for a friend while I was at Gamescom. The video itself is 30 FPS, but the game runs at 60, pretty stable. As you can see, it looks beautiful on the console. And I'm seeing this clip right now. I mean, it is hard to tell on the video is pretty shitty, but you can see it pretty clearly. I So, I don't know, man. Does it run at a stable 60 FPS and 1080p? Couldn't count the pixels. It was a high resolution though, more than 1080, but like I said, the monitors all looked like 1440p. So apparently this is out there, which I didn't know. Apparently there are people who played this demos on the PS5, and at least this one person on Reddit, they captured some footage, and I hope that's true. Like, that sounds great. Like, if the game is well optimized on PS5, that would be fantastic. Because, again, man, it is an Unreal Engine 5 game, so, you know, there's a bit of skepticism. But it's definitely promising to see something like that. And you say here, Xbox earnings say what they are doing is working massively. You're right. You're right. I'm not here to say Microsoft isn't making money and they're not going in the direction of making money. They are. To be honest, what this ultimately boils down to is if the day comes where Xbox as a console becomes so irrelevant, and some people believe it's already there, like we're already at this point, but it becomes so irrelevant that it, like, realistically, when you're talking about buying a video game console to play like modern AAA games, you're only talking about the PS5 or in the future the PlayStation 6. Nobody's talking about the Xbox, and the Switch 2. The third-party support is too inconsistent. So therefore, it's like a 50-50 thing. That's really, that's what this might be leading to. Like, I want it to be known that that's not ideal. I'm not saying you should be angry at PlayStation if Microsoft does this. Like, I'm not trying to, create the faux concern where it's like, well, I don't want Sony to get complacent. They're probably going to get complacent. And it's like, there are people who say that, and like, again, you can tell it's just disingenuous. It's like, you don't give a shit. You don't like PlayStation. Like, you don't care, But for the people who really do care, it's not that the assumption automatically is Sony's just going to become the worst company ever, and that, PlayStation's going to go down the toilet, essentially, and they're going to be the most anti-consumer ever. That's not what's going to happen. But what could potentially happen is moves that Sony would have felt incentivized to make due to the pressure of like, well, we have this direct competitor with Microsoft and their Xbox console, so we got to fight for more exclusives, or we got to, we got to try to focus on having a more robust feature set than they do, whatever it might be. It's not that disappears completely, but the incentive does. So it's not it's essentially going to come down to like Sony potentially choosing, well, we probably could have done a little bit more, but this should be good enough. It's always better if there's like that kind of fear where it's like, we don't know if this is going to be good enough because we're certain our competition is doing everything they can. So we have to do everything we can. You know what I'm saying? Competition is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. And it's just unfortunate that as of right now, it seems like the direction things are going in. And again, it doesn't have to be bad. It's just we can't be naive about it. You know what I mean? We can't be naive and just fully assume Sony will be fine. They're not going to be assholes about it. Like, no, we don't know that. I'm not saying jump to either conclusion. I'm just saying that remember not even a year ago. It's been like 8 or 9 months. In a matter of 8 to 9 months, we went from rumblings back in like November, December that Microsoft may be considering releasing some of their games. Or no, it wasn't even that. Back in November of last year, the first report actually came from a investor meeting where one of the Xbox executives said, they basically said that, we're going to go third party, and it created a big stink. And there were so many people that's like, that's never going to happen. That's not going to happen. in your dreams. No way. And within, like, again, from that point to where we are now, it went from Microsoft did go much more third party. They released some of their games on PlayStation, and they essentially said, we don't give a fuck about our console anymore. That all happened in a span of 9 months. And so to see more dirt shoveled on, and in this case, the dirt is in the form of you have on record now, not behind closed doors at GDC, on record, AAA developers, when they're asked, do you have an exclusivity deal with PlayStation? No, we're just not releasing our games on Xbox because we couldn't be bothered. There's no point. It's not going to get better from this point. Unless Microsoft somehow turns it around and suddenly starts selling millions and millions and millions of units, or their next generation Xbox like blows everybody away and gets off to an incredible sales start. Unless those two things happen, which are highly unlikely, the thing that I'm talking about here is the most likely outcome. And it's not about dancing on Xbox's grave and celebrating the death of the Xbox console. It's more like, you know what, guys? I mean, we'll talk about it if it happens. We have to, because that'll be a major moment. But we really, as PlayStation players, need to think more so about, oh my God, like, what does this mean for Sony? You know, this is the end of serious competition for Sony, unless the Switch 2 pulls a fucking, I don't know, it like just completely shocks everybody. It's like the Switch 2 gets full third-party support, even GTA 6. You know, like if that happens, then we'll have a different conversation. But it's crazy, man. It's crazy how rapidly these things are changing. And look, I've said over and over that I'm not here to shit on anybody's enjoyment where it's like you love Game Pass and you still like playing on your Xbox, or you like the Xbox brand, you're excited about the games that have coming. I'm not over here trying to tell somebody don't feel that way. I'm just simply trying to say that like you gotta acknowledge, like, listen, if you come to me and say, seems like Sony fucked up with Bungie and it's gonna end up working out very poorly for them. Like, yeah, that writing is all over the wall, dude. That writing is all over the wall and it's bad. It's not looking good at all. It's looking pretty dire. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Hold on one sec, guys. Sorry, that was Microsoft's PR person, and they told me I got to stop talking about Xbox now. No, that was Mrs. MBG. She couldn't open her cup. I needed to help her. Well, hey, that's why I'm called Muscle Bound Gamer, right? That's what I'm here for. But Phil's knocking on the door. No, but fuck, what was I just saying? Oh, yeah. So it's like, listen, I can very clearly acknowledge the bad that is occurring at Sony, and I get it. Like, there's like I've seen it on the PlayStation side where there are PlayStation loyal fans that are so loyal that, like, I've seen it, man, where they just don't see anything like wrong. And I'm like, listen, I like PlayStation a lot, but like, there's some stuff that needs to be sorted out. Clearly, you know, I'm not saying we have to assume that it's only downhill. That's a bit extreme, but like, we got to acknowledge that some things have not worked out well for Sony in certain instances. And I think it's important to acknowledge these things. And, you know, maybe sometimes I veer in the territory of being overly negative, just like I can with Xbox, but it's important because if you don't, you know, if there's any chance of a message being communicated, that goes out the window, you know? So I guess the message that I would, to kind of wrap this up and finish up with these super chats, and we'll move on to the next topic. I guess the message that I'm trying to ultimately communicate here with this topic specifically is, number one, from the PlayStation side of things, Sony had to do nothing to acquire 2 AAA PS5 console exclusives. From their perspective, they're probably thrilled because they get to save money, and they're feeling like, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we don't have to sign third-party exclusive deals that much anymore because they're just kind of falling into our lap now. No contract necessary. So there's that, and we have to think about how that impacts the PlayStation brand and Sony's decision-making in the future. And number two, when it comes to the Microsoft side of things, this is a terrible thing for their platform and for anybody who is on the Xbox side of things. No, I'm not saying you can't be happy about Black Ops 6 on Game Pass. I'm not saying you can't be happy about the showcase you got. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying this is a bad sign. Just like it was not a good sign that Microsoft put their games on PlayStation. It's all bad signs for the console specifically because, yes, they're making money. Yes, their strategy's working, but it seemingly is all coming at the detriment of the console experience, the console ecosystem, and frankly, the console player. So it's quite a bit to unpack with this one, frankly. Perfect Image, you're saying, MBG, can Sony sue Bungie for breach of contract? We're going to talk about that next. I don't think so, no. I don't think so, but we're going to talk about that next. Rashdam, you're saying, wasn't trying to be hostile. I agree with you. This is bad and should be called out. 360/PS3 gen was great because of competition. No, don't take it to heart, Rashdam. If I'm in my rant mode, I'm not, don't ever take anything I say personally. I would never personally attack somebody, especially over video games. It's not that serious, but I do appreciate your follow-up here and letting me know. Unfortunately, I do think the days of the 360 and the PS3 competition, I do think those days are over, which, it's good and it's bad. On one hand, it's good because, we're way beyond that in the sense of, we've made much more progress. But on the other hand, from the competitive standpoint, it does feel like the competition is a shell of its former self. And, we're seeing these corporations kind of alter their trajectories and their decision making based on it's no longer based on the competition, it seems. And that's, I think, what's making this generation so strange to watch, because it's like everybody says, man, what this generation kind of sucks, or there's something weird going on. It seems like it's because there are, it really does seem like it's because all of these decisions, again, it's I don't think Sony's really considering what Microsoft is doing that much anymore. And I don't think Microsoft gives a shit what Sony's doing anymore. It just seems like they're both hyper fixated on just tunnel vision with their shareholders. And it's not, it's not all bad. It's just it's very different, to where I feel like in the past it was not tunnel vision, but certain times where there was tunnel vision where it's we got to know what the competition's doing and we got to do better than them. We got to have more pop than them. And it's just not that way anymore. Dark Horse, you're saying, MBG, you're incorrect on Black Myth skipping Xbox. I don't want you to come off as misinformed. Well, you might, so I should clarify this. It's been heavily insinuated by both Microsoft and the development team. Black Meth. Dude. Oh man, what game is that? Black Meth Wukong. I want to play that game. Same game, it's just you're playing as a meth head. Anyway, I just realized you spelled it that way. It's been heavily insinuated that they are working on an Xbox version, but they didn't say they had to cancel it. They just They just said it's not happening right now, and they didn't say when it's going to happen, and they just said they'll update us. And look, I'm not saying that, and I did say this earlier, I'm not saying the game won't come to Xbox at any point. It's just the chances of it. Yeah, you're saying, Eric, you're saying it will be canceled. I mean, I don't want to say it will be. It's just that it's a high probability. If this game sells really well on PS5 and PC, and they're just having some kind of nightmare scenario play out with trying to get this Unreal Engine 5 intensive game running on the Series S, I mean, they might just cut it and say, yeah, no, we're good. It's possible. It's certainly possible. And again, that's a shitty situation. Yeah, it's delayed indefinitely, but I just, I do just wonder, because, I have seen people getting defensive, and I'm not saying, I'm not, nobody here. I'm just saying I've seen some people get defensive about this, and I just wonder, like, if the tables were turned, if this was like PlayStation and Xbox was getting 2 AAA games, that looked like Black Myth Wukong and Phantom Blade Zero, and they're not coming to PlayStation, what would people be saying? It would be pretty bad. I think it would be pretty bad. I think people would be like, "What the fuck, dude?" That's all. I just think it's a weird thing, dude. It's a weird thing to see that this is now becoming more common. And I do think that the implications run deeper than some people realize. That's all. We have Novinser saying Xbox only play shooters. They wouldn't play Wukong. Dude, you know what's so funny, Novinser? I got clowned on for I get it. I got totally clowned on for my Concord beta gameplay. And there's like multiple clips of me just like sucking ass at that game and just missing shots. And that that really did depress me, because I'm like, God damn it, dude. Like, I promise you, I'm really not that bad. And I get it. Like, I know people like, nah, dog, you're that bad. And it's like, I get it. But like, it's just like, why? Like, why did I have to suck that much at Concord? Because there's so many other games I'm actually really good at. But I'm like, whatever, man. And I guess you just made me think of that, because some people were busting my balls and they're like, oh, you're a PlayStation gamer, you don't play shooters. It's like, dude, no, you don't know. Like, I'm pretty decent at shooters. Like, I'm not like the best, far from it, but I'm pretty decent at shooters. It's just that game in particular, I was not. Like, that was one game where it's like, holy shit, I am not good. Although anybody who watched that stream, you saw later in that stream, I started to get my shit together. I had a couple good clips. One of these days, though, you're going to see me post a random ass clip of me playing a shooter and just like mopping the floor with people with my KD in Call of Duty. I have to check. I know it's above like 1. It's nothing crazy. I don't know, man. Dude, Call of Duty's weird anymore, because, and I still have something I want to say about Call of Duty. Broccoli Rob, you're saying, MBG, can I borrow $1? Broccoli Rob, there's your $1. There's your $1. You're still keeping that going, Broccoli Rob. Above 1 is above average. I did it. Now, I was going to say, Call of Duty's weird anymore because the skill-based matchmaking, and I'm not one of those people. I want to make it clear, I'm not one of these people where it's like, skill-based matchmaking is ruining my fucking life. No, like, I've accepted it. The dude, that's not true. That's not true. Black Ops 6 backwards dive, no scope compilation, make it happen. Shit, man. I might. But when it comes to Call of Duty, man, the skill-based matchmaking is so fine-tuned that I feel like the way it works is it's balanced so perfectly, where it's like you're going to have one good game, you're going to have one bad game. You're going to have 2 good games, you're going to have 2 bad games. You're going to have another good game, and then you're going to have another bad game. You know what I mean? It's like, it feels like it's purposely giving me this kind of right on the razor's edge where you're going to be put in matches sometimes where people are just slightly above you, so you're not going to do very well, and then you're going to be put into matches where people are slightly below you, so you're going to perform a little bit better, and you're going to feel good about it. And I get the feeling that that's kind of what the algorithmic skill-based matchmaking is doing now in Call of Duty. So I don't necessarily use a game like Call of Duty to be able to measure my skill, although I haven't played it in a good while at this point. But I've never really used Call of Duty to measure my skill at shooters because it's just like, I don't know, some games I'm fucking mopping the floor, dude. Like I'm kill streaking, I'm going nuts, I'm going on a tear. And in other games I'm just like, dude, I can't even move. So, you know, it's one of those things where honestly I don't know what game I would use at this point. I'll use Concord. I'm gonna avenge myself. I'm gonna make a comeback. I'm gonna become one of the best players at Concord. But there's something else I had to talk to you guys about with Call of Duty here. Cypherpunk, you're saying playing shooters with controllers always ass. Dude, it's all I know. I've played a couple of shooters way back when using mouse and keyboard, and I definitely know, like, you could feel the difference. It's so much more precise. But I have spent 90 to 95% of my time in my life playing shooters on controller, so controller actually feels more natural to me. But I don't know. I should probably try using some of the because I forget I have the DualSense Edge. I should probably start using some of the other components that came with it to try to get an edge. Pun intended, I guess. Anyway, I have something I want to talk to you guys about. We still have more topics on the docket, so don't go anywhere. But I got to talk about Call of Duty briefly because I don't know if you guys saw some major leaks for Black Ops 6. Straight up, all the maps leaked out, the menus leaked out, gameplay leaked out. Apparently, a whole PS4 build of the game, like an early PS4 build. I don't think it's an early build, actually. I think it's like the beta build or something. It all leaked out. And Dan, you're saying the leaks made me not want to buy Black Ops 6. Dude, I got to go on this little tangent, okay? I have been talking to you guys for a little while about, I have the sneaking suspicion that this Black Ops game is not going to feel like a Black Ops game. And the reason, I've had multiple reasons why I suspected this, but if you've played Call of Duty, you know that throughout all the years, there's always been a distinct feel between a Treyarch Call of Duty game and an Infinity Ward Call of Duty game. And they both use essentially the same engine, but the engines are so tweaked and customized that they essentially feel like completely different engines. And what I have personally felt over the years is that Treyarch's Call of Duty games have always leaned much more into the more arcade classic Call of Duty feel. And they've always preserved that. Even with the last Treyarch game with Black Ops Cold War, it still felt way more arcadey than Modern Warfare 1, 2, or 3. And I had this... One of the things that happened with Treyarch in the last couple of years that I thought was very strange, and I'm like, I don't think people quite understand like how big of a deal this is. At least to me, it seemed like a big deal. David Vonderhaar, he was like the guy at Treyarch Studios. If you're a Call of Duty fan or you've been following Call of Duty for any amount of years, you know who David Vonderhaar is, right? He is the multiplayer lead. He has been the multiplayer lead at Treyarch this whole time. He's been there this whole time. And he was very well respected. And he, I think like a year and a half ago, just left the studio. He just left. And I remember when that happened, I was like, oh, that's not good. Like, at least to me, that's not good. Like, why would this dude leave? He is the Black Ops series. He is the Black Ops multiplayer. He's the GOAT. You know? Why would he leave? And I think I know why. So this leaked Black Ops 6 gameplay, I don't know if the clips are still out there, but whoever leaked it, basically what they were doing, where they were running around the maps, they were shooting the guns, and they were just showing some of the mechanics. Guys, this game, and I'm not trying to shit on it because some people are gonna love this, but Black Ops 6 is a 90s skin of MW. It's Modern Warfare, guys. Like I knew they were gonna do this. I knew they were gonna fucking do it. I'm like, they're going to convert the Black Ops game to feel and play just like Modern Warfare 1, 2, and 3, where you're gonna have fucking doors everywhere. You're gonna have the double sprint. You're gonna and of course you have the omnidirectional movement, but that's the only thing that I guess you could say is different from the Modern Warfare. But the omnidirectional movement did look interesting, but I was just like, dude, they did it. They actually did it. Like this, they're using the Modern Warfare engine. They put a Black Ops skin over the Modern Warfare engine. And another thing that made me suspect they were going to do this is if you look at Modern Warfare 2 and 3, specifically 3 doesn't have a platinum trophy because it's like an add-on DLC. And I remember hearing that Black Ops 6 was going to do the same thing. It's going to be like an add-on, like it's going to be registered on the PS trophies as like a DLC. And I'm like, no way. Did I not play Cold War? No, I did play Cold War, and Cold War felt vastly different to me, like way different than Modern Warfare. It still felt mostly arcadey. It had a much longer time to kill, and the movement, it was a lot less campy as well because of, I don't know, the Treyarch always had a certain feel with their map flow. I don't know. Like, to be clear, the game's going to still kill. It's like the game's going to be the best-selling game by far, but I'm really eager now to get my hands on this beta and confirm it, like with my own two eyes and hands, to feel like, oh wait, yeah, okay, so it is like it. I'm telling you, man, I saw people on the subreddit. They were like, bro, why does this look like Modern Warfare? I'm like, I'm telling you, it is a Black Ops skin over the Modern Warfare engine, and man, that's I'm just in pure speculation mode right now. But I wonder if that's why David Vonderhaar left. I wonder if that was like some kind of mandate where it's like, no, we're unifying the engine, and maybe that, for somebody, he was the lead gameplay director, multiplayer director. Maybe he was like, fuck that, like that's not ours then. No, I'm still planning on playing it. I'm at least going to play the beta, and I still suspect I'll probably buy it if I enjoy the beta. But I can't help but admit that, like, man, that was disappointing for me to see, like the way they were like running through the doors and shit. And I'm like, damn. Anyway, yeah, I mean, it's got so much else going for it though, man. They got like 20 maps and shit. People were hyped because they're like, yo, they brought back a vertical UI. And people were like, nah, I think that's just a placeholder. I'm like, please bring back the vertical UI, bro. Cypherpunk, you're saying, I can never tell the difference between COD games. Yeah, I don't know. I've been playing Call of Duty for so long. I can definitely tell a difference. Believe it or not, and I know this is going to be hard to believe, every Call of Duty game does have a somewhat unique feel to it, but generally speaking, the way it would usually work is depending on which studio is making a Call of Duty would determine like how vastly different it felt. Like if you play Modern Warfare 2 compared to Modern Warfare 3, there are differences, but they're very subtle. To whereas if you play Black Ops Cold War compared to Modern Warfare 1, it's like, whoa, night and day. They are genuinely like two completely different games. They both have the Call of Duty name, but two very different games. And we also have Digital Dude 25 saying, I'm getting it just for the campaign and zombies. Yeah, and that's true too. See, that's another thing. Like I think I do want to play the single player campaign. I do want to play the zombies. It's just that multiplayer, I guess I envision myself like really getting invested in this Black Ops 6 multiplayer. Maybe I still will, but it's like if it ends up just basically being like, oh, this feels exactly like MW2 and 3, I don't know that I will. But maybe the omnidirectional movement will change it up enough to where it's like, oh, actually, this feels nothing like it. We have a direct donation from Anonymous. Hold on. I have to... Damn, it's like not letting me see it. Hold on. Give me 1 sec so I can bring this up and read it. So Anonymous says, MBG, thanks for your great work. Always Xbox's mistake is the Series S and poor management, and Sony, the stupid push for live service, Bungie and Jim Ryan. Off topic, I wish SIE would buy CD Projekt Red. Have a good day, everybody. Hello to your cats, MBG. Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for the direct donation. I think I have a, really quick, hold on. Did I get another one earlier? I have one here from Oliver Opfer. Did I completely miss that earlier? I got to double check. Just give me a moment here, guys. Yeah, dude. Oh, man, I feel really bad. I'm super late to that. Shit. That doesn't happen that often, but I completely missed this. Well, first off, Anonymous, thank you so much for the donation, buddy, and the message. Oliver Opfer, huge sorry, dude. Like, I completely missed this direct donation you gave here. But you're saying, I hope after the Bungie management disaster, they can get to old greatness. I'm sure some very talented devs work there, and it's just that the boss was rotten. Hyped for Black Myth Wukong. Yeah, I'm really excited for Black Myth Wukong as well, man. Like, I'm kind of just counting down the days at this point. But yeah, this is going to be a nice segue into the... Maybe it's actually more appropriate, to be honest, Oliver. Like, maybe I'm just trying to defend myself here. But actually, this is a great segue into talking a little bit more about this Bungie situation because we have new details, new information. But I'm in agreement. If there's one thing that at the end of the day, no matter how bad things get for Sony and Bungie, that will remain true, is there is talented development or developers at Bungie. There's many talented developers. There's still 850 devs, which is massive. There's a massive development team, even still. And many of them are, if not all of them, are very good at what they do. So regardless of how bad the situation gets, there will always be that possibility of like, okay, guys, can you just make something new and make a good new game? But maybe that's exactly it. They just need competent management to come in and actually, not run the studio into the ground financially. So again, Oliver, I really apologize for that, man. I didn't even hear that notification go off earlier. Waylark, you're saying David Vonderhaar started Bullet Farm Studio. Yeah, I saw that as well. Yeah, maybe he just left because it was like he was offered so much money, he'd be insane not to leave. It's definitely possible. But guys, let's talk about the situation with Bungie. So I'm not going to rehash everything. We already, my last stream, we talked about Bungie exclusively for 2.5 hours, but we do have important info that I was not able to cover because it came out afterwards. And this might be the biggest piece of information. This is a write-up here from Push Square where it says, Bungie accused of overselling itself to Sony, promising success it couldn't deliver. It seems as though more and more in-the-know people are weighing in on the deeply unfortunate situation at Bungie following on from the news that the studio has shed 220 of its employees, with another 155 being integrated into positions at PlayStation. The Destiny developer has now been accused of overselling itself to Sony back when the Japanese giant acquired the company in 2022 and promising a kind of commercial success that simply wasn't realistic. Quote, I think Sony overpaid for Bungie, an ex-Bungie source told GameFile. I think Bungie sold things they were just not able to deliver. It's a damning quote when you consider the $3.6 billion buyout fee on top of how Bungie has seemingly handled its business since the acquisition. It gets even crazier, though, with one source stating that the alternative to a sale could have been insolvency. The question then is whether Sony saw all of this coming or not. It's not a great look for former boss Jim Ryan and his entourage if the firm did indeed overpay for a developer that would just 2 years later find itself in a financially questionable state. In any case, these quotes remain eye-opening, and this isn't the first time that claims of overpayment have been made. Almost immediately after the deal was first announced, outspoken analyst Michael Pachter said that Sony vastly overpaid for Bungie in desperation. It's also worth noting that I think there were reports that came out that Microsoft, I think, valued Bungie at around like $1 billion or something like that. So yeah, obviously this is pretty damning, right? Like, people were getting on my case recently because they're like, you're defending Sony. Sony knew what they were buying. Like, Bungie didn't lie. And it's like, okay, guys, it's called cooking the books. Look, at the end, I want to make this clear before I go any further, just so we're all on the same page. I'm not defending Sony because no matter what, at the end of the day, I do not think Sony should have bought Bungie. Yes, you can find certain past tweets of mine where I was optimistic and saying good things, and I will just admit right here, right now, that I clearly didn't know what I was talking about, and I was like, yeah, Sony, they did it. They bought Bungie. Surely it's all going to be good. And in reality, it's like I was just totally blinded to this possibility. But now that it has happened, it seems very clear that, okay, this was a huge blunder on Sony's part, and it was seemingly a panic purchase. Not to say that they can't fix it and make it work for them in the future. They can. It's going to be hard, and they're probably going to lose a lot of money doing so, but it can, in the end, work out. You know, you think about 5 to 8 years from now, who knows what Bungie could accomplish underneath Sony. But we're not there right now. Where we are right now is Sony vastly overpaid for the studio. But I just want to make that clear so people don't walk away from this thinking that I'm defending Sony. I'm not. We do have to take this seriously, these accusations where did Bungie completely oversell themselves and did Sony basically fall for it? Was Sony naive about it and was just like, yeah, that sounds great, and not look deeper into it and not do their due diligence? Is this possible? I always thought it was a little bit strange when we saw the acquisition that Jim Ryan, when talking about it, basically said, yeah, Bungie can do whatever they want. Like, we're not going to interfere, right? This is just for their live service talent. It almost makes me think that Jim knew that financially this might not be the wisest purchase, but maybe he was looking at it beyond the financial perspective and thought, listen, I just greenlit like 12 live service games. I'm going to need these guys to tell me if these guys are making good live service games or not. And maybe in Jim Ryan's mind, that alone made it worth the $3.6 billion. Again, not the smartest move, but just trying to find the logic behind it. Cypherpunk, you're saying the acquisition department at Sony needs to be looked at. Yeah, it does. It really does. It seemed like they were on a roll for a little bit, right? Like, oh, Bluepoint and Housemarque and Nixus, and you're doing it. And then it's like, oh, what's going on now? But looking at this from a broader viewpoint, it makes sense. Like, I'm not here to say that Bungie's CEO and leadership nefariously lied. Like, they really purposely deceived Sony. But let's be honest here. They're humans. And, if I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt and I'm assuming the worst, Is it possible that, the CEO of Bungie, he is aware that this shit's going to go downhill? Like, we're headed for a wall. We're going to hit that wall. But Sony is an interested buyer. And let's see how much we can get out of them. Let's see if we can squeeze them for all they're worth. Maybe he was thinking about himself, and I it's not crazy to think. And I think that this is why people were calling out Pete Parsons, Bungie CEO, recently for like, man, look at this guy spending millions of dollars on classic cars while his studio burns. MBG, did you see Tom Warren's new article? Microsoft knew of Bungie's financial issues, and that's why they didn't buy them. Sony knew and didn't care. Well, that's the thing here. Let's say Sony did know, right? I mean, because that's the thing that's really difficult to believe. Like, how could Sony not know? Like, are you guys idiots? No. Like, you're a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. You've made acquisitions in the past. Like, you're not stupid. So I don't think this was hidden. And so if that's the case, if this wasn't hidden and Sony did know, then we have to ask ourselves, why? Why would they do this? Well, that's where the other angle comes in, where some people believe that the long-term play here, the 4D chess move, if you will, which I'm still not convinced that it's a 4D chess move at all, the 4D chess move is, listen, if this goes to shit, if they can't figure it out, we still win because we get to take over. And when we get to take over, we can do things the way we want to do them. And we don't have to listen to Bungie CEO. We don't have to do things we don't have to play by their rules. We have complete control now. And we're going to, I guess at that point, you have to ask yourself, if that was the long-term plan, Sony's devious plan in the end, how does that work? Is the idea we will now make Destiny 3 exclusive to PlayStation? We will make future games not available on Xbox. Is that it? Because I don't think, I think Marathon's still going to release on Xbox. And if so, what sense does that make? I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, if this is Bungie being used, is Bungie going to be used ultimately as a play for the ecosystem itself, for the platform itself? Where, listen, we did spend $3.6 billion, we did overspend, and the studio shrunk since then. But the idea is we want to be able to ultimately gain control of Bungie, so that way anything Bungie produces in the future, it's gonna get people into our ecosystem, into our platform. See, I'll tell you why I don't think this is the case. I don't think Sony's that smart. Because you have to question why would you pay $1.2 billion for employee retention if you knew they were going to leave? You don't. It doesn't make any fucking sense. But another reason I don't think Sony's that smart, and that sounds, unrealistic to me, is because I remember an interview with Jim Ryan where Jim Ryan said that if we can just get 1 or 2 hit live service games, those games become subscription services, in of themselves. And that was that was probably the most telling quote from Jim Ryan of all time, because it tells you, like, that's his long-term play. Jim Ryan's long-term play is 1 to 2 super radical successful live service games that it will be like a subscription service perpetually that just brings in money nonstop. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I have no doubt in my mind that the reason why Jim Ryan was interested in buying Sony, of course it was the talent, but it's like Jim probably thought that, like, this is going to be the studio. Like, if Naughty Dog can't do it, if Insomniac can't do it, if no other studio we're working with can do it, Bungie can do it. We will pay $3.6 billion for that guarantee. And maybe that's why he didn't, I don't know, maybe that's why he was willing to just say yes, even in the face of, you know what? Let's be a little bit more realistic right now. When Jim Ryan agreed to do this, what was going on at the time? The Activision Blizzard deal. What was Jim seemingly terrified of? The same thing that Sony was terrified of, losing Call of Duty. So if you're Sony in this position, you know your moneymaker, your big live service moneymaker that you don't own, but is still your big live service moneymaker, that being Call of Duty, is threatened and might be removed from your platform. What's your answer? Okay, who can we buy that can do that or get anywhere close to doing it, that has any chance of doing that? Who's willing to be bought that could fill in that gap? Bungie is the only one, because Bungie was the only one selling or even willing to negotiate, and their expertise is first-person shooters. And I'm just really, like, I don't believe in this 4D chess play where Sony, this is ultimately a play for Sony to gain control. I don't believe that. I believe that the thing that Sony thought they were going to get in the end was a really super successful live service shooter that if Call of Duty left, it would be able to somewhat fill in that gap. It would allow them to continue to stand on their own and be like, listen, we don't have Call of Duty as a first-person shooter anymore, but we have our own through Destiny 3 or Marathon. And maybe I don't know, there is a chance they could still believe that, but maybe they just knew, maybe they knew that the talent was there, but the leadership was shit. And that's why they agreed to this, where they gave the leadership a chance, right? They gave the leadership a chance where they're like, listen, it's up to you. If you can right the ship, great, we won't interfere. But if you can't, then we will take over. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's tough, man. It's tough because, like, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, all right, maybe that was the play. I don't know. It's just hard to believe that they would take that route to get there, man. Maybe it really was just like, listen, just fucking give them what they want, because they're going to fuck over. They're going to fuck up anyway. And we're going to lose some money, and it's going to be rough at first. But in the end, the way it's going to work out is we have control of Bungie, and we have control of all their IP. But things get really weird because apparently Destiny 3 is not in development. So this is where things get even weirder. We have Oliver here saying, did you ever hear about Gothic? It's an old German RPG, one of my all-time favorites. Gameplay trailer of the remake just dropped. Looks good. Cheers. I did see people talking about it. I'm not familiar with this game, so maybe I'll have to look into it. But yeah, I did see that apparently this is getting a remake. We also have Cypherpunk saying, if Sony were to make Bungie games exclusive, then they can say goodbye to any big future acquisitions. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't think that's the play from Sony, because they, it's already been established that Marathon's coming to Xbox, and it would just be a weird, like, the only way I could see Sony justifying it is, like, if the next Xbox sells so piss poor that, like, everybody would understand, like, yeah, we get it. Like, Xbox doesn't get games anymore because it's like the new Wii U, only then could I see it being done to a point where people wouldn't be like, whoa, what are you doing? Because it's Bungie, and I think Bungie would do well on Xbox. I think Bungie does do well on Xbox. But yeah, I need to continue on here because this is where things get a little bit stranger. VGC reports more details have reportedly emerged on Payback, Bungie's now canceled project. According to a new Bloomberg report by Jason Schreier, Payback was an incubation project that was set in the Destiny universe. Rather than a full-blown Destiny 3, Payback was set to be a spin-off that would be played with a third-person perspective rather than Destiny's typical first-person view. According to Schreier's report, the game would allow players to use the franchise's characters to explore a large world while cooperating to battle monsters and solve puzzles, and would take inspiration from Genshin Impact and Warframe. It's also claimed that Payback was canceled 2 months ago, with most of its team moved over to work on Bungie's upcoming Marathon. What do you guys make of this? I like, listen, I'll be honest with you, man. Like, something that just doesn't add up to me or make any sense to me is there seems to be no future plans for Destiny, which I don't give a shit about because I'm not a Destiny player. But that, to me, like, something is wrong there. You're saying read what Payback is, MBG. It's horrible. Well, I mean, I will say that this would have. Yeah, let me ask you guys. Anybody who's a Destiny player here, how does this sound to you? Dan, you're saying it sounds horrible. I mean, for people who are avid Destiny players, does this description? It almost sounds like they would turn it into like a third-person action-adventure multiplayer game. There will be a future plan for Destiny, but they're focusing on Marathon right now. Yeah, you're right. Maybe they're just thinking long-term here, where they're like, Marathon needs to be, the focus for now, and we need to try to make that as successful as possible. And then Destiny 3 will be like the long-term, like, maybe Bungie is significantly smaller than they are now, and Sony is completely taken over. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, maybe Destiny 3 will ultimately be like a PlayStation game. And when I say PlayStation game, I don't mean like exclusively. I mean like it's going to be like this is what Destiny is when PlayStation is fully integrated with working with Bungie to make a game. I don't think Marathon will be that either. Why do they need a Destiny 3 if Destiny 2 is not sustainable? Yeah, true. You're right. No, you're right. Right? Like, how could I miss that? Great question. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't see. That's another thing, right? Like, there's too many unknown factors here. There's still so many pieces to this puzzle missing, but here's a couple of facts, right? If we look at the facts and we just look at them without speculation, fact number one, Sony paid $3.6 billion for Bungie, and afterwards, they talked about these grand plans they had for Bungie. Fact number two, the person who was the face of that acquisition, Jim Ryan, is no longer at Sony. Fact number three, the last year and a half have just been nothing but erosion with Bungie. No money being made, developers being laid off left and right, projects being canceled, everybody and everything being shuffled around. Those are the facts. And it's like when you look at those facts, it's, just looking at them alone, to me, it just clearly communicates that this was all, like, the whole thing was bad. Like, this was not a good thing. I just wonder what the future looks like of this acquisition and of this studio, because I am just really not convinced either way, right? Like, I'm not convinced that it's going to work out well. I'm not convinced that it's going to be over, right? Like, I don't know. It's right at that middle point where it's like, okay, now Sony's beginning to take over. Maybe this is where everything changes for the better. Or it's just Sony can't save the sinking ship and they just lost money and developers, right? Silent Spartan, member for 9 months. Thank you for that, buddy. You're saying not having Destiny 3 in the works is one of Bungie's largest blunders. Such an unforced error. it makes you wonder if maybe it's just run its course, you know, like Destiny's been around for a long time, and I don't know, like I'm not a Destiny player, so it's really difficult for me to speak on what Destiny 3 could be, but is it possible that they just were at a loss? Like they're like, what the hell could Destiny 3 be? What could we do that we haven't already done? And maybe this is why they thought going in the direction of like a spin-off would be a better idea, because it would allow them to do very different things, right? To basically make a different type of game in the same universe. But it must not have turned out well because it got canceled. People didn't understand what the final shape actually means, like literally the end of the light and dark saga. Yeah, I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. There's a lot of unfinished cut content from Destiny and Destiny 2. You feel like Sony will force them to make Destiny 3 start over as a PlayStation 6 launch game? You know what I'm almost wondering? Like, because let's not kid ourselves here. Like Sony just has lost money. I mean, Sony has probably lost at this point probably half of the money they paid for this acquisition, if not more. They just lost money on this acquisition. I almost wonder if it could get to a point where after Marathon comes out, if they're just like, guys, what do you want to make? Like, what do you think would be the next big thing? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, because that's the thing. Would they really force them to make Destiny 3 if they're like, listen, Destiny 2? Well, I don't know though, because the final shape was considered awesome. The new player experience is Destiny 2's biggest problem. A new game fixes this. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll put it this way. If the leadership at Bungie is truly what led to their demise as a studio and their fall from grace, then it doesn't mean that the game was bad. It doesn't mean the gameplay loops are bad. It doesn't mean that the mechanics are bad. It really just means that they just completely mismanaged money and time frames and their strategy towards how to keep a live service profitable didn't work. That makes me even more nervous because, dude, here's the thing though, right? Here's the thing. If Sony bought this studio for the talent, like these guys know what they're doing. These guys know how to run a successful live service. And it's like, oh shit, no, they don't. Oh my God, they're just losing money. You get what I'm saying? Like, I feel like Sony's out of their depth here. And we're going to find out, man. You know what? Because that's the thing. The reports claim that Herman Hulst took over. So if Herman Hulst took over, that means, I mean, as of right now, P. Parsons is still there. Maybe we're going to find out he left or stepped down. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what the CEO is going to do. But if Herman Hulst is in charge now, though, if Herman Hulst is running the ship, we're going to find out. We're gonna learn how good. Not good, because that's an unfair way to put it. We're gonna learn how far-reaching Herman Hulst's skill set is as a manager of studios, because we know that Herman Hulst can manage PlayStation Studios. He's been managing PlayStation Studios this entire time, and not everything's been perfect, but generally speaking, we're talking. People were trying to point out to me, it's like, look, man, as much as you want to blame Herman Hulst for some things, like, don't forget, like, he's the one that's, walking around and being like, Astro, yeah, good job. Let's get that out, and greenlighting Ghost of Tsushima 2 and working with, to strike another deal with Kojima for Fizzant. It's like, true. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm too quick to be worried about the mistakes he might be making and not giving him credit where it's due. But But I saw people kind of saying like, "Whoa, hold on! If Herman Hulst is in charge, this is the guy that was in charge of Killzone, and Killzone was supposed to be Sony's like Halo killer or whatever, and that didn't work out. And that's the greatest irony here, where it's like, wow, yeah, okay, somehow this worked out to where the person who was in charge of Killzone and that development is now going to be running Bungie, the same studio that was responsible for Halo. Very, very crazy to think how that worked out. But we're going to find out. We're going to find out if he really is in charge, how skilled, not, how far reaching his skill set goes, because this to me this is clearly uncharted territory for Sony. Sony has never had a successful live service game outside of Helldivers 2. And let's be honest, Helldivers 2 was Arrowhead, dude. Sony funded it, but Sony didn't micromanage them. They didn't have to. Arrowhead knew what they were doing, and the only thing Sony apparently did was they stepped in at some point. We're like, how about we give you more money? You guys make this a little bit bigger. And they're like, yeah, okay. We just need more time. And they're like, okay, yeah, sure. And lightning in a bottle, This is different, where Sony has to go in and actually try, they need to stop this studio from imploding. And they need to turn them profitable. And they have to do so by not making things worse. In other words, Marathon has to be fucking good, dude. Could you imagine if Marathon disappoints and is actually bad? How fucking devastating that's going to be to the situation. And then you have this other team, this incubation project, that apparently is being spun off to a separate PlayStation studio. And I don't know. The only thing I can think behind that is Sony sees that it might have some kind of potential. I don't know. It's a mess of a situation. When has Bungie made a bad game? Well, see, what concerns me is that it seems like Marathon has actually had some development issues. It seems like they were struggling to figure out what they wanted to make it. And if we remember, somebody the previous director of Marathon was replaced or whatever. And I'm like, it makes me really nervous, because I want Marathon to be good. I'll give it a shot. A new Bungie game, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll play it. But what if it's not? What if it's just what if it's a bad project that's not salvageable? And what I mean by that is it's not going to have the mass appeal that it thought. Yeah, the trailer was cool. The trailer was cool, and it got a lot of views, man. There's clearly some hype behind it, and truthfully, maybe that's what it all comes down to, man. Maybe that's why Sony acquired them. Maybe they thought, oh shit, but it's that's the thing, man. It's like an extra. Didn't they change it though? Hold on, wasn't there a report that Marathon changed? Here we go. Players fear Bungie's Marathon may be a hero shooter. Oh my god. Dude, could you fucking imagine? See, this is what I mean. Could you imagine how disastrous could this get for Sony, where it's well, guys, you didn't like Concord. We got another hero shooter coming your way. Oh, you thought it was an extraction shooter? No. I mean, god damn, that would be bad. But this comes from Forbes, and this was reported back in March of this year. Tuesday was a truly wild day for Bungie, where they were debuting new Destiny 2 Into the Light content while simultaneously announcing a change in Marathon's game director in order to get out ahead of the pending IGN story. IGN's Rebecca Valentine published an article about the state of Bungie, and one significant change: that former Valorant game director Joe Ziegler, who joined Bungie in 2022, was now game director of Marathon, replacing Christopher Barrett. What's weird about this in the timeline, what's weird about this is the timeline, as Ziegler says he has been a game director for 9 months, which has never been announced until this IGN article forcibly revealed it, and that would have been just weeks after Barrett premiered Marathon in a showcase in May 2023. There are no reasons given for the change, and Barrett is now simply listed as executive creative director at Bungie with unclear responsibilities. But what caught the attention of players themselves was a note about an apparent change in direction for Marathon, that the game is, quote, moving away from custom player characters in favor of a selectable cast of heroes, end quote. The idea here seems to be that instead of the promised player customization that was spoken about during the reveal, this would instead be a hero-based extraction game instead, channeling Ziegler's former game Valorant. While games like Valorant and Apex Legends have been successful with the hero shooter model, I've not seen a single positive comment about this alleged change from anyone, namely a host of Destiny players and content creators who have all expressed disappointment and concern about the idea. It was always going to be a tall order to try to convert Destiny players into a PvP extraction game, but now, if nothing else, Destiny has been all about player customization for 10 years, from loadouts to looks. If Marathon ditches that in favor of Valorant, Overwatch, or Apex-style heroes with fixed kits, that is a huge turnoff for the entire community. One idea is that Bungie is doing this to distance itself from Tarkov, the other highest-profile PvP extraction game. But I think there are likely other things at play. First, this is clearly Ziegler's skill set, and if he's the game director now, it may be a vision he is more comfortable with as opposed to Barrett's custom concept. Second, my gut tells me this may have something to do with monetization, as hero games sell extremely pricey skins, with Valorant getting wildly expensive with things like weapon skin bundles or Apex's heirloom system. Yeah, see, this is why. There is way too much evidence that Bungie is fucking done, dude. Like, I'm not trying to be, I know there are people who are like, dude, I'm tired of being so doomer and so negative, and I'm not trying to be that way, but my God, it sounds like this studio has no fucking idea what it's doing anymore. And it seems like Sony is basically like within months after they acquired them, Sony basically woke up to the idea that, like, holy shit, what did we do? You know? Because, like, let me ask you, again, I need to speak to Bungie fans and Destiny players right now. If Marathon takes the hero shooter approach, where it's going to be, like, the fact that Marathon is an extraction shooter already makes me think you're not going to be able to convert Destiny players that well, because that's a very different type of game from what Destiny is. But then, as this article points out, you take away the customization in favor of the thing that Sony's getting absolutely destroyed for right now, which is custom hero, or not custom heroes, finely tuned heroes with their own skill set. I don't know, man. Marathon was dead to you when you heard it was PvP only. Sony's a decade late to the games as a service party. It's nuts, dude. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna, like, dude. I hope the future. I laugh, but, like, dude, I want to cry. I hope that we aren't looking down the barrel of, dude, listen, Sony's got like 2 or 3 more live service games that they're gonna release, and it's gonna be fucking bad. Like, I hope that's not what we're looking down the barrel of, because, like, I don't want Marathon to be bad. But if it's bad, the internet's going to let Sony and Bungie know. The Destiny fan base is going to let Sony know. I don't want fair games to be bad. But if it's bad, the internet and the fans are going to let Sony know. I don't want, like, what I'm trying to say is I don't want every multiplayer game that comes out of Sony going forward for the next, like, 3 to 4 years. Basically, it's Concord. And when I say Concord, not like the game, I mean like the reaction. It's another Concord situation. It's another, Destruction All-Stars situation where it's just bad. I don't want to look back and realize that, holy shit, the only good live service game Sony produced was Helldivers 2, and that was pure luck on their part. Like, it was obvious they got lucky, I just get worried, man. You're saying, Project Gummy Bears is already looking like that. Yeah, like, some people were getting annoyed at me because they thought I was, like, being too judgmental. I was, like, jumping the gun too much about that artwork. But can you blame me, man? Like, look, I will try my best to reserve judgment where it's like, I did that with Concord. Like, that's why I'm nervous. I did that with Concord, bro. And I'm not even here to shit on Concord. I'm just saying, like, I envisioned in my head, like, oh, they're showing me this CGI trailer, and there's a rifle, and there's a spaceship, and there's a jiggly burger, and it's like, okay, a PvP shooter. Okay, maybe this could be good. And then here we are. And I'm like, I don't want, I'm nervous. Like, now I'm nervous about every live service game. Like, I don't know what to think anymore. Gummy Bears apparently has the most potential. Read Paul Tassi's article. Let me check. Project Gummy Bear. When was this article written up by Paul Tassi? Was this recent? Maybe you can give me the title of it. Saying, yeah, it's depressing. Jerry A, I'm sorry, man. Sorry, I'm getting so lost in my own thoughts. Jerry A with a $10 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. Saying it's looking more and more likely that Bungie's upper management have no idea what they're doing. Maybe Sony should revisit canceling the Last of Us factions. Yeah, we're going to talk about that next. Dude, I'm going to laugh. I'm going to fucking laugh if when it's all said and done, like, Bungie falls so far, like, Marathon is just a complete shit show. And it's like, you guys are getting the Last of Us multiplayer. That's Bungie now, guys. Okay? Yeah. Bungie, we got this. Because that's the thing. This Last of Us multiplayer game was not deleted. They didn't delete it. It's just sitting there, dude. It's shelved. Naughty Dog isn't going to have anything to do with it, but the game was done. The game was, again, just one last reminder. Naughty Dog hired the fucking man that created the Battle Pass for Fortnite, dude. The game is done. It's just sitting there in a server somewhere, or in an SSD or whatever, in a Sony computer, in a Naughty Dog computer. I'm gonna fucking laugh if, like, 2 years from now, they're like, Bungie, you're making your new job is you make content for The Last of Us multiplayer. You run The Last of Us multiplayer, The Last of Us Online. That's what you do. I'm gonna laugh if that's what happens. Fuck, man, would that even be the worst thing? You know what? Fuck it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to Destiny players and Bungie fans, but I feel like I'd actually rather see that at this point. Dan, you're saying, I've heard multiple people say that of all the projects, Gummy Bear seems to be the most promising. The game that is going over to Sony under a new team. It has MOBA and Smash Bros-ish fighting game elements. Yeah, that's what's so interesting, though, right? Because it's like, again, that doesn't sound like Bungie to me. So it seems to me like Bungie was really thinking about going in different directions. But maybe they just, I don't know, they didn't didn't figure it out in time, you know? That's from the Paul Tassi article. Thank you for that, Dan. Yeah, I don't know, man. God, this whole thing is depressing. It is. Because, like, dude, listen, I got to read this last article here. Last of Us multiplayer cancellation was triggered by Bungie feedback. The Last of Us multiplayer game's cancellation may have partially been triggered by some helpful and honest feedback that Bungie provided Naughty Dog. That's according to journalist Jason Schreier, who had previously said that Bungie's internal review of the multiplayer project led Naughty Dog to reevaluate things. Schreier made his comment in response to a follower on X who had misconstrued his original report. The user claimed that Bungie told Naughty Dog to cancel The Last of Us multiplayer and bemoaned that a studio with few acclaimed games would dictate Naughty Dog, a developer known for highly rated games. In the conversation that followed, Schreier clarified that Bungie provided helpful feedback to Naughty Dog, who then made the smart decision to cancel The Last of Us multiplayer. It's hard to disagree with Schreier here. Naughty Dog's expertise certainly isn't live service. But let me read forget the article. Let me read exactly what he said. He said, Bungie, quote, Bungie gave Naughty Dog feedback that Naughty Dog found extremely helpful when making what was likely a very smart decision to not go all in on a live service game. People lamenting this cancellation should really look at the history of single-player studios pivoting to make service games such as Anthem, Suicide Squad, Marvel's Avengers, Redfall, and so on. And this is why I'm saying, like, Naughty Dog told the truth, dude. I'll be honest. I don't know that I fully believed them. I thought that they were trying to save face and prevent drama. Naughty Dog came out and they said, listen, we can't commit to this. And that's why we're canceling it. We want to keep making single-player games. And there were people who were like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It sounds like you guys just are trying to make an excuse and make it seem not as bad as it actually is. Oh, yo, what's up, Corey? I didn't see you there. Feed the beast. I don't know where Boss got off to, but Luna's in here. She's still sleeping over there. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's kind of like, look, I don't blame Naughty Dog, right? Like, Bungie probably scared the shit out of them. You know, Bungie was probably like, listen, you guys going to have new content ready to go next month? 3 months later? 6 months later? 9 months later? What are you planning? You can't just do one new map. You can't just do one new weapon. You got to have a battle pass. You got to have multiple maps. You got to have multiple weapons. You got to have like a fuck ton of cosmetics. You got to have everything. And Naughty Dog was probably like, oh shit, like, how are we going to do this? And then they just realized we fucking can't. This is why I'm saying, like, dude, if Sony takes over Bungie, apparently they already have. Bungie's leadership is gone. Herman is running the fucking ship now. I don't know, man. They're like, listen, people really wanted, because everything, here's the thing that pains me the most. Everything we heard about The Last of Us multiplayer is it was very fucking good. It was good, but it couldn't be a live service because Naughty Dog wouldn't be able to maintain it. Dude, I'm telling you, Naughty Dog's gameplay loop, Naughty Dog's gameplay foundation. Here you go, Bungie. You guys know how to make live service content. But the problem there, see, another reason I think that sounds unrealistic is because would Naughty Dog be comfortable with that? Would Naughty Dog be comfortable just being like, yeah, you guys can just put whatever characters and missions and story? You know, no, I feel like Naughty Dog would feel like, no, like that's how, like, we make The Last of Us. You can't, Bungie can't be writing a fucking mission script for The Last of Us in The Last of Us universe. That's our job. But I don't know, man. I fucking hate the way this all turned out. I do. Like, I'm happy about Helldivers. Other than that, I fucking can't stand this because it's like I wanted to be playing The Last of Us multiplayer right now. And I was super stoked for that. And I thought, you know, this is exactly what I wanted. Listen, I want Naughty Dog to make single player games, but give me a multiplayer game. And you know what? Fuck it. Sony, I'm at a point where, like, go back. Go back. Look at everything you just did. Go back to supporting these smaller multiplayer games like Helldivers 2. Although, I mean, I don't know. Is Helldivers... Helldivers 2 is AAA, but I don't know. Just go back to being okay with adding multiplayer modes to your single-player games and supporting them for a fucking year. You want to make more money? Support them for a year. And then just leave the servers on so people can keep playing it. Keep the microtransactions up. You make microtransactions for a year, keep them up. Don't take them away. You'll still get people coming in 2, 3, 4 years later buying those microtransactions. Yeah, you're not going to have new fucking content every 2 or 3 months. Whatever. Why? Oh, we're making a new AAA single-player game. That's going to make us even more money. Okay. Why can't that work? Why? Somebody fucking tell me why. It's probably too expensive. It's probably not that simple. It's probably because, think about it. I guess every new piece of content that would be made for The Last of Us multiplayer, you're making cutting edge graphics for everything, every map, every character model, every microtransaction. I don't know. I'm just very disappointed in how all of this turned out, you know? Wish it would have been different. But either way, this is the new information we've learned about The Last of Us multiplayer. Do I think that they will shut down the studio, though? No. Here's what I think the worst case scenario for Bungie would be in the end. If things really got dire, like Marathon fails, the leadership's gone, Sony's completely taken over, they've suffered even more. I think what Sony would do is they would scale the studio down and fully absorb them. So Bungie is just now a regular PlayStation studio, just like any other PlayStation studio. They're no different than Firewalk. They're no different than Bluepoint. No different than Sucker Punch. They're just a PlayStation studio now. They don't get any special treatment. And I think they would scale them down. I think they would scale them down to just a regular sized. I don't know. I don't see that doesn't make sense because surely they would be making a multiplayer game and surely they would make a live service. I don't know, dude. I don't think they'll shut them down, though. To answer your question, simply put, I don't think they would shut them down. I could see them continue to slim down the studio, but I don't know. Sony's got their hands full with this one, man. One thing I do feel certain, though, about is Sony will not just let Bungie continue to let them bleed money. That I do feel certain about. They're not just going to sit there and be like, yeah, go ahead, just keep losing money. Hell no. That can only, that's only going to go on for so long until it's just like, dude, we will cut as many people as we need to. We can't just keep having this because we already lost $3.6 billion. We have Feral Flame here. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. You're saying, what if Bungie lied? Not just about how bad they were doing, but how good Last of Us multiplayer was. What if it was better without microtransactions? I mean, that's like some next level shit, dude. God, that would be... Yeah, I get what you're... Well, I don't look at it as they would have lied, but I get the way I'm reading what you're saying here is imagine if Sony never did anything with Bungie and Sony and Naughty Dog looked at what they made and thought, this is good. Yeah, let's go. Let's do it. And then it turned out to be just fine. Like, it turns out that, like, PlayStation fans were not losing their minds that we're not getting new. Like, what do you mean there isn't new content 2 months later, and we got to wait longer? What do you mean? Like, what if PlayStation, dude? PlayStation fans would have been fine with that, because especially Last of Us fans. And you know why? Because the only thing that Last of Us fans have had to play multiplayer wise is the original Last of Us factions, and they've been playing that shit for over 10 years. So if we had to wait 6 months for a new content drop, we would have fucking done it, and we would have been okay. We would have just enjoyed the game. And that's what I mean, basically what I think you're saying here is, if Naughty Dog never received feedback from Bungie, would they have still felt confident enough to just go through with it? Is Bungie the one that made them feel like, you guys aren't going to be able to maintain this? I don't know, man. I like, this live service pursuit is fucking Sony up, man. Big time. And I want to make something clear. I'm not saying Sony should do nothing with live service. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this level of investment they made, this level of commitment where it's go big or go home, we're going all in. I think it's obvious that they really fucked up. Like, they really fucked up by doing that. And it's one of these things where you don't know what you got till it's gone. And I don't know how Sony feels about it internally, but I could tell you how I feel about it, and I think a lot of fans probably agree. I liked the way Sony used to do it. Way better than the way they're doing it now. Hey, buy Uncharted 4, and we'll have a tacked on Uncharted 4 multiplayer where there will be support for about a year. And then that support will stop because we're moving on to our next big game. And then when you get that game, we'll have another add-on multiplayer. Like, is Sony fucking stupid? Because I'm sitting here thinking, like, dude, that sounds like such a better money-making idea than literally anything they're doing right now. I could be wrong, but that sounds so much more promising. Like, dude, every single player game you get, add on multiplayer. I know, like, tacked on, but support it for a year. So not only will you still get sales of the game from the single player, but you're just going to extract more money. Get over it. You're not going to get a fucking Fortnite. You're not going to get a GTA Online. You're not going to get a Call of Duty. It's over. The sooner you accept that, the better off you'll be. Doesn't mean you can't have a fuck ton of money. You just can't have all the money. I don't know. They took the bait. Yeah. Seems like it. Tell that to investors. Yeah, fuck, man. What do you say to the investors now? See what you made us do? You sons of bitches. No, they can't talk like that, but dude, I can't even speak. Sony cannot justify their Bungie purchase right now, dude. They cannot justify it. You know what Sony would have been able to justify? We're still making money 4 years later from The Last of Us 2. Oh, no, not because we're selling copies of the game, because people are still buying some microtransactions in the multiplayer. It's not a lot of money, but we're making some money. That sounds a hell of a lot better. If I was an investor, that sounds a lot better than, yeah, we just lost like billions of dollars on the studio that we thought we should buy. And we canceled multiple projects. You can't have all the money. Yeah. Indie and AA investment instead. It's what the players want. Well, I hope Herman can right the ship here, man, because God, I just hope important lessons were learned here. Hard disagree, Silent Spartan. I'm curious, why do you disagree? I'm just curious, because, like, I don't know. I can't help but see things through the lens of, like, what I want a lot of times. But a lot of what I want is what used to be, what came prior. And if what came prior worked and led them to this point, I don't see why it couldn't still work. You get what I'm saying? I mean, no. Oh, maybe Silent Spartan. My bad. You were. I think you may have been. Yeah, you may have been responding to the AA and indie games. No, we want AAA too. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I still want AAA from Sony. I just think at some point Sony might have to find, like, they might have to let go of trying to be. Well, I don't know. Let's not forget what Mark Cerny said. Mark Cerny, that this is what developers want. Mark Cerny said that developers want these long development times because they're trying to push the envelope. And it's like, yeah, if I'm Sony, I don't know that I want to interfere with that. If it's going to produce 15 million sellers, 10 million sellers. You know what Bungie could be in the end? This is going to sound nuts. And man, you want to talk about a fall from grace? This would be the farthest fall from grace. But all right, I got a theory. It's going to sound nuts. And the fact that Jim Ryan's gone probably confirms this theory is not true. But what if, think about this for a moment, right? One of the biggest questions that I've been asking myself about PlayStation, and you guys have been asking this question, a lot of people have been asking this question, is why? You know, why did you buy Bungie? Why did you buy Firewalk? Why did you buy Haven? Why did you buy these teams? These teams were, and Deviation. By the way, it seems like Sony basically bought Deviation. Okay, Deviation like shut down, but half of those devs were absorbed into Sony for a multiplayer team. Hasn't been announced yet. So that's worth noting. And Corey the Legend Landiga comes in. He's keeping the membership train rolling today. He drops another 10 bomb for you guys. Corey,
Holy shit.
thank you so much, man. Bringing us up to 60 members. Keeping it going. Yeah, I'm happy to see this, guys, because, dude, Exley earlier got us from like 0 to 25 members on his own. But then a bunch of you guys, Hellbound, Matt Fu, Steven Leon, now Corey, you guys are all coming in, starting to do the team lift. I appreciate it, man. So good stuff. The legend returns. Let me update the member goal real quick. But what if the play here? Because again, I'm asking the question, why? Why are you buying these teams? You don't have to buy these teams. Like, you don't have to buy Firewalk. You don't have to buy Haven. You already have exclusive deals in place. You don't have to do it. Why? Why buy Bungie? Why not partner with Bungie instead? Much cheaper. Well, a lot of people answer that by saying the talent, the dev talent. You're securing the talent. You own it, like it's yours. They're not going to get away. Now, here's where my crazy theory comes in. In order to buy studios, it has to be a mutual agreement. Okay? If you're negotiating with a new team like Firewalk or Haven or Deviation or even an established, especially Bungie has so much leverage, right? You're not going to come in and be like, here's what we want from you. If we buy you, this is what we're going to make you do. You don't do that because they'll say no. What if this whole time Sony basically, they're playing the longest game? It's like, look, we're going to buy these teams and we're going to let them make their games and we're going to give them an honest, fair chance. We're going to let them make Marathon. We're going to let them make Concord. We're going to let them make fair games. And who the fuck knows what Deviation's making, and we're just going to let him go. Go ahead, run for the hills, man. You know, like, well, actually, that sounds like a negative. Shoot for the moon, right? Go for it. But maybe Sony's doing so because they're like, you know, like they're kind of looking at each other like, you think they're going to do it? No. No, that shit's not good. They're going to crash and burn with that. Why? But why? Why would they be? What if the play is ultimately what we need? You ready? What we need are talented developers that know multiplayer. And essentially, when all their games crash and burn, inevitably, and they all fail, and none of them become a big hit, these are going to be the teams that are going to run the multiplayer portions, the multiplayer live service portions of all of our big IP. The Last of Us multiplayer, Ghost of Tsushima Online, Horizon multiplayer. Well, Guerrilla seems to be already on that. You know what I mean? Like, just this idea where, like, look, if their games suck ass and fail, it's okay. Because we now have like 150 super talented multiplayer developers. We can give them. Because this is what I always thought to myself. I always thought to myself, wouldn't the smartest play for Sony? Because you know how Sony is with their IP, right? Like we are all about The Last of Us. We're all about Horizon. We're all about Spider-Man. We're all about God of War. It's all about really fleshing out their IP. Wouldn't it just make the most sense to ultimately get some kind of multiplayer live service component of that established IP, but not at the detriment of your single player? That's the key. Because think about it. He's saying it's a stupid conspiracy theory. It probably is. But just think about it for a moment, right? Like, you look at GTA Online. I mean, why is everybody so hyped for GTA 6 right now? It's for the single player component. And that was always going to be, right? Like, it's always like we have to have this big single player component that's going to push this series forward, but we're going to have this massive multiplayer component as well. And they tried to do it with Red Dead as well. You look at Call of Duty. Call of Duty still gets a AAA single-player campaign every year. And I just had somebody in the stream today tell me that's why they're buying it, for that and the zombies. You know? So I don't think this is a far-fetched notion. In fact, I think that this might be how it has to end up. Because people keep asking me, like, what do you think is going to happen to Firewalk if Concord really fails? I mean, like, really, really fails. What's going to happen? Fuck, man. They're going to have to become a support team. Or they're going to be a secondary team. Like, I could see Firewalk get folded into... Because look, I know that this is not the way we should be... I'm not saying this is how it should be, but we've seen this happen. We're like, dude, look at Call of Duty. Do you know how many teams underneath Activision that were not working on Call of Duty ended up becoming support studios for Call of Duty? Oh, Neversoft, your game didn't make enough money. We let you try. It didn't make enough money. Okay, well, now you're going to get folded into Infinity Ward, and now you're going to help make Call of Duty. I'm not saying, and it's a little bit different, you know what I mean? Because people love the games that Neversoft made. So it's a little bit different. But I'm just saying, like, this is shit. This is how these things work, man. Where I would not be surprised if Sony's grand plan with the Last of Us multiplayer is, oh, we're going to make that a thing one day. It's there. It's there. It's not going anywhere. We just need the dev talent. Like, we need people to fucking be able to support it. And this is how it's going to happen, because eventually Firewalk, we're going to have to, dude, listen, Firewalk is located in California, bro. Like, Sony's going to need to justify their existence at some point. because they're going to be easily one of the most expensive studios for them to run. What I'm saying is not that far-fetched. It's not that far-fetched, man. I just don't know that. I don't know that I'm right. I just always had this idea that this is how Sony was going to do it. We're going to have our Last of Us single-player games, and then we're going to have our Last of Us live service game. So when Naughty Dog's finished with the Last of Us series, guess what? People who love this universe can still perpetually exist in it and engage with it and spend money on it. Oh, Naughty Dog's got a new single-player IP. That's great. But if you still love The Last of Us, that would be me. That would be me. I would be playing that fucking thing every day, and I would still be looking forward to Naughty Dog's next single-player game, presumably. Ghost of Tsushima. New single-player adventure for the sequel. Oh, and a full-blown live service game that's going to be maintained by another team. So when, maybe after Ghost of Tsushima 2, that wraps it up. It's just a 2-game thing. And they're like, we're going to work on a new IP next. But if you love the world of Ghost of Tsushima, you can continue to exist in this world, and we have a dedicated team feeding that game content. And then eventually we'll get to go, release your new IP. I don't know. I don't know, man. Does that sound crazy? I mean, we're getting that with Horizon. That's what feels unfair, dude. We're getting that with Horizon, and that's like the last game I want it for. We're like, you're getting a Horizon 3. You're getting a Horizon Lego. Oh, and you're going to get a dedicated Horizon live service multiplayer game. Well, fuck, how come Guerrilla can do it? If Guerrilla can do it, why can't these other teams do it? I mean, I'm not saying, like, make a live service God of War game. I don't know that I'm saying that. But, maybe there is a limit. You don't do it for everything. But for some things where it really makes a lot of sense, why not? Dude, Ghost of Tsushima Legends. They nailed it. They know what to do. They made it. They made the template. This is the template for the live service Ghost of Tsushima. But what's wrong? Well, we got to work on Ghost of Tsushima 2. Fuck. Why didn't you make any more content for Ghost of Tsushima Legends? We don't have the manpower. You see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Oh, Haven. Oh, what's that? Your Game Fair games completely flopped and everybody hates it. Uh-oh. Sorry. You guys are working on Ghost of Tsushima Online now, okay? You're going to get folded into Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch just absorbs 150 new devs. And then boom. Now you got you got a whole AAA team 24/7, or not 24/7, but working full time on this Ghost of Tsushima live service game, and the main Sucker Punch team working on the single player, unbothered. Sony, hire me. Saying sounds good, actually. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's almost like it makes more sense. You're tripling down on your established IP that your fans want, and by making it multiplayer, you give it a chance to really to expand to a new audience. Sony, hire me as the new CEO. Or I don't need to just let me help Herman out a little bit. Herman, I hope you're listening to this, bro. Somebody clip this and send it to Herman. Maybe he'll be like, oh, that's a good idea. You know what? Live service Death Stranding. Let's go. That's what Firewalk can be. Firewalk can be a dedicated studio that's like just we work on Death Stranding live service. Yo, how fucking funny. Could you imagine that, though? How funny would that be? Yo, now I'm thinking about it. Now I'm thinking, like, would a live service Death Stranding game be that bad? Not like, but like a multiplayer. Like, think about it. You guys have to figure out how to transport, like, all this shit together. And you gotta, like, go through certain terrains that require like cooperative action and shit. I don't know. What the hell am I even talking about at this point? I think this is the part where I lost Herman. He's like, I don't know what he's talking about now. Herman's on vacation, dude. It's so funny because it's. I know what you're saying. Like it feels like that man's always on vacation. Herman's always on vacay, bro. Yeah, stealing people's packages. Oh, I don't know, man. That sounds like it could be something. Well, hopefully, I will say this. The fact that Sony did not cancel the Horizon multiplayer live service game gives me hope that they still are going, like there's hope. There's hope. Like maybe Guerrilla can be the first party PlayStation studio where it's like, yes, we can deliver these big budget single player AAA games, but we grew our team big enough to where we can also, we can also run this live service game as well. Maybe I don't know. Maybe Naughty Dog could have done it, but if you think about it, Naughty Dog said that they have multiple single player games in development, multiple, more than one. They have at least, I would say, 2. Yeah, make every IP Lego. There you go. So maybe it was the fact that they're like, no, we want to work on 2 single player games. Yeah, that's true. They're being helped by NCSoft as well. Guerrilla, that is. And Rich Rod 908 saying, bump Colt Eastwood, MB Gangsters, stand up. Down for the holla. Why you make me read this, bro? Holla bootbacks. And MBG knocking out Eastwood. Rich Rod always with the violence, man. Keep it in the gang. Keep it in the gang. Keep it gangsta in the PlayStation streets. Yeah. Oh, man. Why? Rich Rod, I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it. It's okay. It's okay. I'll read it. I've accepted it, I've accepted it. You donate some money and you make me read that and I read it. Could be worse. Could be worse. Could always be worse. Although I don't condone violence. All right, I want to make that clear. I don't condone violence. PS triple, baby. PS triple. What's it? What do you call it when it's 5? Double, triple, quadruple. What's after quadruple? Quintuple. PS quintuple, baby. Holy shit. I need to make that a shirt. I need to get that on a mug. Yeah, I quintuple. I didn't know that. It's like quintuple, sextuple. Oh, dude, the sextuple is going to be the best. I'm going to have that PS6 merch ready to go. PS sextuple, bro. Septuple is 7. Octuple. Penta. Quintuple. I like that, though. That PS quintuple, baby. Let's go. Hello, how are you? Sorry, I actually just got here. I guess I missed a lot so far. Yeah, you only missed about 4 hours worth of conversation, Mini Tom, but I'm glad you're here, bro. Pen Truple. Damn, Steven Leon wants to see a fight. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't consider myself like a fighter in that way, I'm more like I only believe in physical violence if it's in the name of defense, if you have to defend yourself. I mean, I guess, I don't have a problem with like people getting in rings together and signing waivers to fight each other, but I'm not, like, I wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to go into a ring with, maybe if I could make a bunch of money, maybe, but even then it's like, I don't know, man. You're saying I'm late. Restart the stream. All right, we're gonna redo the whole stream. All right. Remember what I said earlier to all of my channel members. Be on the lookout for a members only post that's going to go up today or tomorrow. It's going to be a pretty normal post. I'm just going to be asking you guys to leave some questions. But it's going to be for something new that I'm trying, and I'm not going to say anything more than that. But do the intro again. Imagine if Black Myth ends up winning Game of the Year, just like Baldur's Gate 3, both being on PS5. That would be crazy. Yeah, that'd be crazy, dude. We need Black Myth Wukong. There hasn't been a good game released in a while. Yeah, I did play something. Well, it's not a secret. I posted. I played Stray. I'm not going to talk about it right now. I'm saving it purposely. But I did play Stray. And a lot of you guys recommended that to me. I definitely have some thoughts. I'm going to save those thoughts. But I definitely have some thoughts. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Black Myth Wukong, though, man. It really feels like once we get to the end of this month, that's when things are really going to start to kick off. And look, I'll be honest with you, man. I'm super excited about September. I don't care anymore. Like, I know it's like, dude, don't get yourself disappointed, bro. I don't care anymore. Like, I will go as high as I want, and I will deal with the fall when it comes, if it comes. But I'm just gonna be hyped, bro. I think September, I think there might be a lot in store. I mean, listen, at the very least, I'm getting Astrobot. At the very least, that's pretty good. But if we get Astrobot and we get a PS5 Pro and maybe a showcase on top of it all, fuck. I'm ready. Come on, Sony. How did Boss react? Oh, you know what? I'm going to have to... I got like 2 clips. It wasn't Boss, actually. Luna was the one reacting. Like, very much so. I think Luna might be really smart. Like, no offense to Boss or Leia, but Luna seems to be really smart because she's just doing things that I'm like, Boss and Leia have never done that. Like, for example, like I said, she figured out how to open up the treats and get into them multiple times. I'm like, dude, Boss is a fiend, and he never figured that out. And she just like immediately figured it out. And I noticed that she was the only one like reacting when I was playing Stray, but she was really reacting, like very curious and like staring at the screen and trying to figure out what she's looking at. I'm like, whoa. Am I saying Boss is dumb? No, I don't think Boss is dumb. I wonder, I don't know. Like, he's not, is he dumb? I don't know if he's dumb. To me, it's not that he's dumb. I don't think he cares. You know? Boss is pretty chill. Boss doesn't get the zoomies. I noticed that about him. Leia, I think Leia might be the dumbest. She's the oldest, but I think she might be the dumbest, dude. Like, she's done some dumb shit where I'm just looking at her like, are you serious? You know what, though? Hold on. Luna looks kind of weird, though, because like she has this thing where her tongue sticks out all the time, like that. And it's like, well, that's a look. And I don't know if it's because she's a kitten, but Luna gets the zoomies constantly, bro. Oh my God. Like at night, me and Mrs. MBG will just be chilling on the sofa, watch TV. She just comes fucking flying in. I mean, she flies across the room and just like attaches to the fucking sofa and then just like goes berserk and then like leaves. I'm like, what the fuck was that? It's pretty funny though. I'm not going to lie. Something else I noticed about Luna, she likes to screw with Boss and Leia. Luna really, like, once she got used to them, she's always hunting Boss, and Boss gets so mad. I wish I got to try to record it one of these days for you guys, but it's so funny where like Yeah, dude. Boss lives by a simple code. Fuck around, find out. Basically, dude. He'll just be chilling, trying to like drink his water, and Luna will just be like stalking him, but he knows she's stalking him. You know how cats do that thing where they're like getting real low and their eyes get all wide and they start wiggling their ass and shit like they're about to pounce. And he starts doing this like is fucking really high pitched like basically letting her know like I see you there, and she starts to get all like, should I fuck around and possibly find out? But there have been a couple of times where it's just funny because it's like watching this little girl cat, this little kitten, fuck with this big ass, you know, I mean, I'll call him Buff, this big ass buff cat, this testosterone filled cat that is Boss, and she'll just push the limits, man, and see how far she can go, poking the bear. It's basically like that. I'm warning you, kid. And sometimes, and there have only been like a handful of times where she actually, and I notice she's the one provoking it though. Like she'll go up to him and start like swiping at him, and he'll get like fucking pissed, like get the fuck out of here. I gotta say, dude, having cats is unbelievably entertaining. Let me just say, you know, I never thought I would be a cat person, but now I have 3 cats, and dude, I could just sit in my living room and just watch these cats interact, and it's like wildly entertaining. Pragmatic Cat, you're saying, have you tried the laser with Luna yet? Yes. I have to be careful though, because all 3 of the cats like to chase the laser, and they like collide with one another and freak out on each other. You know, it's almost like they start fighting for the prey. But I've used it a couple times with all 3 of them, and they all like it. Boss seems to be the one that gets like over it the quickest, but Luna loves it. Leia loves the laser. She goes nuts. The funniest is when you like, you know, you have it on the ground, and then you like put it on the wall against the steps and make it go up the steps real quick, dude, and you just see the fucking cat just literally fly up the steps. It's like crazy. Like if you actually watch these cats, it's like, holy shit. They are no joke. Like I wouldn't want to be hunted by a cat, man. I'm not saying a cat could take me out, but I'm saying it would scare me. All right? It would scare me because they're fierce, man. Go outside, you're losing it. Never. I'll just lose it inside. It's okay. It's all good. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. I don't think I've asked all stream. If you enjoyed the stream, we'll go on for a little while longer. If you've enjoyed it, I've had a really good time today. Hit that like button. It helps. You take a laser pointer outside at night and have the dogs chase it. That's awesome. Irfan, you're saying we should start to hear rumors around this time if there is a showcase in September. Yeah, I give it a couple more weeks. I hope August is not as slow as July, because oh my god, July sucked. I'm just so glad July's over. Like that, I think that may have been like the slowest I've ever seen. I guess towards the end, maybe it started to, you know, with the Bungie report, but yeah, July was not very fun in terms of like covering gaming. I hope it improves in August. Oh man, could you imagine how devastating it would be if there was no show? Dude, I will lose my shit if there's no showcase this year. Worst July ever. It's up there. Yeah, it's up there. By the way, guys, did you know this month will mark the 8th anniversary of this channel's creation? Not to say I've been doing YouTube like as seriously all 8 years, but 8 years, bro. 8 years. I just had that realization when I was working out earlier. 8-year anniversary of the channel. 30-year anniversary of PlayStation. Yeah, Sony's anniversary is... I think Sony might celebrate their 30th anniversary next year, the more I'm thinking about it. You started following when the channel was around 40K. Good stuff. Good stuff, man. Yeah, it's just kind of shocking to think how long I've had this channel, you know. 8 years is a long time. Never forget, I started as a fitness channel. Never forget, there was a time. There was a time on this channel where I filmed myself working out in the gym. And I think I think I looked much more ripped or shredded then because I had much less body fat. I think my muscles overall are bigger now. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong. But there was I remember there was a video I made, a supplement video showing off the supplements I took, which ones I recommended. Crazy shit. Yeah, who would have thought that's how the channel started, man? That's how it started. We have Snap Blast Play. I feel like I've seen you before. But Snap Blast Play says, enjoy your content, bro. Out of all the PlayStation channels, I easily like yours the best. Keep up the good work. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, buddy. I swear I've seen this. It has to be Twitter, right? Right? I don't know. I could be wrong. But either way, that's nice of you, man. I appreciate that. I'm glad you like the content on the channel. I know it's not for everybody. Yeah, I am bad with names. Snap Blast Play. Are you an Xbox fanboy? That's what Dan's saying. Well, hey man, see, it could be peaceful around these parts. Doesn't have to be. See, Rich Rod, it doesn't have to be violent. Rich Rod's triggered. He's like, no, I need to see the violence. But yeah, that was a kind super chat. I appreciate it, bud. I mean, yeah, I like to just keep it here. You know what I mean? Like, I appreciate how passionate people can get with things on the internet. Like, trust me, if there's anybody that can have an appreciation for it, it's me. But I don't know, man. It depends on where you're going to have the conversations, you know? And for me, I don't know. I overextend myself because, dude, I will read a chat for like 4 hours. And that's a lot. It's a lot, dude. Like, I'm reading text on a wall for just scrolling text for 4 hours at a time. Not saying it's difficult. I'm just saying it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. And then what I'll find is, like, I'll go to other places after that and still go more and more and more. It just becomes too much. You know, it just becomes too much, and it's overwhelming at times. But at the end of the day, I think most rational people, no matter how insane they get at times, because we all have our moments, no matter how insane they get, they realize at the end of the day, it's just video games, man. It's just video games. We're just trying to have fun. We could get heated. We could get passionate. You know, the only thing I really don't like, I don't like when people get like, I don't like when people turn into like bullies and shit, you know? That to me is fucked up. Like, I understand if you want to, like, people start to get a little bit personal with shit. You know what I mean? And I've talked to you guys about this before, but that's to me where the line should be drawn. Where it's like, listen, I get it. People like the drama and whatnot, but I don't know, man. It's always just a weird look to me. Where it's like, why make it personal? Why like cross that line in the name of video games, dude? You know, like. I never quite understood that. I mean, I guess maybe for some people it's just like their shtick, you know, it's like it's what they're known for and it's what works for them. That I kind of get, but I feel like I would struggle with that personally, because I thought about that. I'm like, I could do that. I don't know if I'd be good at it, but I could do it. And I don't know, like, it would probably create even more drama. But I'm like, I don't know that I would feel so good about it. Like I think at the end of the day, I'd feel kind of bad. Like, man, I'm not trying to like hurt people. You know what I mean? Or shit on them. Like even during this stream, dude. Like, I don't know if he's here anymore, but Waylark, I like misread his super chat, and his super chat was sarcasm. But I got heated, and I'm like, I wasn't being I don't think I was being an asshole, but I got passionate about what I had to say. And he was like, bro, I was like, it was sarcasm, man. And I felt like shit. I'm like, damn, I didn't, I wasn't trying to turn it into that. You know what I mean? Or make somebody feel bad. But it is what it is, Well, that's a crazy comment. MBG is Mystic on steroids. Holy shit. If you take what anybody says about gaming personally, then you already lost. Yeah. I guess to an extent it's to be expected to a certain degree, because there's like the conversations around gaming are so wide reaching, like they extend so far. You're gonna get so many different types of people involved. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's just the more people that get involved, the different types of groups, I guess, of personalities you're gonna run into. I'm just grateful to have you guys, truthfully. Like, I really mean that. I don't mean to, like, I know I go on a lot, and I know it's not necessary, and I know it may be overly redundant, but, like, I don't know, man. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't. Like, I don't have to have an audience to show up to my streams, to watch my content, to hang out with me, to listen. I certainly don't need people. It's not that I'm not entitled to having people come in and drop support, and yet that's what you guys do. And it's very humbling. It really is. And that's why I think, like, I don't want to veer into a territory that becomes so nasty or overly ridiculous. And when I say overly ridiculous, I mean just to a point where it's like, bro, like, what, like, you're crossing a line here. You know what I mean? I think I don't know. I'm sure there are people who disagree, but I think we have a good balance. I do. I think we have a cool thing going here. And I noticed that I'm losing subscribers on the channel, but I've accepted this and I understand. And I know how it's like, oh, everybody's unsubscribing from MBG. No, listen, man, the channel has changed. And I've accepted that there are a lot of people who subscribe to this channel that, like, they just, it's completely different from what it was when they subscribed a year ago or a year and a half ago or 2 years ago or even 3 years ago. And I totally get that. It happens. It happens. And I've chosen the path as of now of streaming. And yeah, you're saying I'm shadow banned, sadly. I probably am. I probably swore so many times. The things that I've said, yeah, it's probably the truth. But I'm okay with it because, I don't know, man. This, to me, is... I've enjoyed this more so than, I don't know, like, just strictly making videos and stuff like that. Like, this form of content I've enjoyed, It feels like I'm able to be me, more of me. You can fix a shadow ban, though. I feel like the way I'd probably have to fix a shadow ban is by probably, like, if I had to guess, I got to make it, like, safe for work, like, no swearing, and that's probably the biggest, like, the language is probably the biggest thing. I could be wrong, but saying I'll grow once we see action and news from Sony. Yeah, you might be right. I mean, that's the thing, man. Like, I've had moments where I've gained like 100 subs in a day streaming, and I don't know if I lost those subs or I have no way of knowing. Like, YouTube doesn't tell me who's subscribing and who's unsubscribing. So the way I view it is I could be wrong, but the people who are unsubscribing, it's like, I get it, man. Like, if you, I'm just assuming you subscribed when I was uploading like 5 videos a week or 4 videos a week and doing 1 stream a week. And I basically don't do that at all anymore. I like stream most of the time. So I get it. It's like, yeah, I would unsubscribe too. You know, like the channels that I subscribe to, everybody subscribes because, you know, it's like, oh, this is the type of content I expect, you know? And not everybody's going to be on board with, you know, 4+ hour streams. And it's totally cool. But yeah, I've discovered over the years of doing, you know, I guess it's fitting to talk about it since it's the 8-year anniversary of the channel. I've discovered that I do enjoy this. I think more so. I mean, it's always cool to make videos and to read comments, but this really is like the purest form of engagement. You know, a direct line of communication. Thank you for that, Wall Roar, if I could say your name. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, man. Will MBG ever hit 100K? Stay tuned. We'll find out. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. Irfan, you're saying a lot of people like myself would have loved to do super chats and gifts. It's due to my region. Otherwise, I would have loved the support channel. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You know, there's nothing you can do about that. Either way, I see you here all the time, Irfan. You know, I appreciate it. I notice. I definitely do. Don't you talk like that, Gaming Survivor. Bro, I'm about to go down. You know what I'm about to do? I'm about to go down there and like fucking build like a real like setup, you know? Like completely redo the room and make it where I stream in game. Does 100K matter if you can support your family? Exactly. Exactly, man. It's a matter of perspective. It's not always easy, you know, because like obviously, see, I think about the things I talk about sometimes where it's like greed, you know, and wanting more and that's where it's just like, you know what? I mean, obviously, inherently, I think every person has this just innate desire where it's like, if I have a good thing, I would like more of a good thing. But you always got to keep things in perspective where it's like, well, how much more do you really need? And where do we draw the line of like, all right, like, dude, come on, you know? Like, at what point is it just like, now you're just in excess, like egregiously in excess? And I guess like the way to put it is, as much as like I've been doing YouTube for a long time, and let me tell you, like, it's a great feeling if you make a video and it catches fire, and it's like, look at how many views you got, and new people tuning in, and it's like, wow, numbers, you know, and it looks great, and it makes you feel really good. But what I've learned over time is that actually, I don't know, man, I've come to appreciate like the smaller, more tight knit type of community that is like interested on a deeper level. You know, not to say that I don't appreciate, you know, people who just want to come in and check out a video and peace out. I totally get that too. But from my perspective as the creator, like I've come to appreciate that a lot more. How many nats will MBG kill in the next 8 years? A lot. I'm about, dude, one of these days, I'm going to get like dual fly swatters. Hopefully it doesn't come to that though, you know? Rich Rod says, MBG, so what you're saying is MBG gangsta community needs to start jumping the YouTube shadow banners. Gaming Survivor with the fun fact. Did you know the average MBG eats 1 nat every summer during a live stream? Yeah, dude, you know what the latest thing is? I've been making these drinks using like liquid IV. It's like a lot of sodium. And I noticed that it seems to attract gnats. So I've probably drank a couple gnats per week. You know, I've increased my intake. We need to get a campaign to get MBG to 100K. Yeah, I mean, it's okay, man. Like here's the thing that's most important. as much as I would love to hit 100K, I only want my subscriber number to reflect people who actually want to be here for the content that is being delivered. That's why I'm totally okay with people leaving, because it's like, if I just wanted to chase that number, I could. If I wanted to just do nothing but shorts and videos with like super clickable thumbnails and shit, I could. Of course I could. But I don't know, that wouldn't be very satisfying to me, you know? Like if I were to hit 100K that way, I'd be like, well, I guess this is what I got to do now, you know, to keep growing. And I don't know. Maybe that's just the point I'm at in my life. But I'm cool with it, you know? We won! Exclamation point. Fuck, man. Like, I'm so tempting just for fourth wall breaking reasons. Like, I want to go in that direction. But I see we're approaching the 4.5 hour mark. So here's what we'll do. I'll give it about 5 more minutes. And we'll do like a last call here. Anybody who wants to gift any more memberships, become a member, or drop any super chats, now would be the time to do so. We're going to end this at the 4.5 hour mark. Long stream today. Had a good time. Definitely had a good time. Good conversation. A lot of rants, a lot of raging. Dude, as an Xbox fan / liberal. Oh, wait, hold on. That was retracted. William, you're saying it makes no sense. MBG was well over 99K for a long time. Now we went back to, I think you meant to type in 98K. Yeah, I mean, look, man, it's a combination of things, truthfully, you know. The real test, because I'm curious to see for myself, the real test is going to be like, listen, if Sony, like, I don't know when it's going to happen, but it will. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It could be this year, it could be next year, but at some point, Sony's going to do exciting shit. I don't know when. The sooner the better. But I mean, when they're really starting to make the headlines again, and really, you know, we're beyond things like Concord and the Bungie drama, and things start to get exciting again, for the more, you know, wider public and wider gaming audience, I'm curious to see what happens then. Because again, do you want to know when my channel experienced the most growth this year? There were 3 times. The first was the January State of Play with the Fizzant reveal. The second was the Xbox business update. You heard that right. That was the second most growth I've seen on the channel in a single day. And the third was the May State of Play. So, I mean, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? I think it's obvious. But yeah, I'm not, it's not something I'm stressed over. It's one of these things where I'm just looking to flow in the most natural direction that feels right for me. Because what feels right for me will allow me to produce the best type of, in my opinion, the best type of content. You know, like I don't want to flow in a direction for a reason that feels disingenuous. You know what I mean? Where like I don't want to like just make certain things. It's like, oh, I think this will get me more subscribers. Like I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not chasing that. You know, to be honest, I'm not really chasing anything. I guess you could say the only thing at this point that I would be chasing, although I'm not really doing so aggressively, is just you know, people do come by the channel. New people come by the channel all the time. And if it's only for every 100 people that stop by the channel, only 1 or 2 or maybe like 5 people like actually really are interested in your streams, in what you have to say, and this community, and they're basically in for the long run and the long haul, that's all that matters. You know? Like, I appreciate the, 98 or 95 other people that stop by. Of course, I appreciate that. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope you stay, but if not, that's cool, That's cool too. Because, I mean, I don't know. I had a lot of fun on this stream today. I don't know. I don't think the stream gained me any subscribers, but that's okay with me because, I had a good time. It was a successful stream. You guys made sure of that. It got good support, but I got to say everything I wanted to say. I got to talk about the topics that I want to talk about. And that's, what more could I ask for? And it's, if somebody, like, it's not going to upset me if it's like, well, dude, you could have got like 10,000 more views if you talked about this instead, or made a video instead. It's like, yeah, that's of course, but I don't know, man. Just knowing that the people that were here were really genuinely interested in having a long form discussion. That's what I would like. That's what I like doing. So all this to say, I just appreciate the support, guys. I have something new. It's a little tease. I was unsure if I was going to tease this or not. And, I'll just tease it, right? I have a little something new I'm working on. Nothing, I don't want to like get anybody's expectations. It's nothing crazy, but it's just something a little bit different. And I mean, I have no idea. Like, it could be a fucking disaster. I'm just gonna put that out there. It could be a disaster. It could be so bad that I'm like, I'm not actually, I'm not releasing this. I'm just making that known. Like, it could be that bad, but it could be great, or it could just be fine. But it's just something different. So I feel bad. That's a weird teaser, right? It's like, I'm making something that I'm like Naughty Dog. I could cancel this. I don't know. Just stick around. Maybe I'll release it. Maybe not. No, it's not a second channel or anything. I already have. I'm gonna have to. I'm not gonna delete that second channel, but I have no plans for that right now. Yeah, I'm switching to Xbox. You got me. No, just a little tease. Just because I'm really curious to see how it turns out. And yeah, third channel, third channel that I will abandon and not do anything with. How'd you know? But anyway, guys, that's going to do it for today's stream. I appreciate all the support. I couldn't do what I do here without you. I had a good time today. Some good discussions. Some good rants. And yeah, I'll just ask one more time, guys, as you're heading out, hit that like button for me. It helps the streams a lot. If not, though, not a big deal. Not a big deal. I want to make sure I give a special shout out to everybody who supported the channel directly today. We got quite a few super chats, a couple of direct donations, and we are sitting at 60 members. So we crushed 2 goals today. Sincerely, thank you guys so much for that. You make it so I can continue to run this channel and do these streams and have these conversations. And I'm very thankful for that. So big shout out to this community. You guys are amazing. Also want to make sure to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps for the streams. If you see him in the comments, show him some love. Show him some thanks. I know he really appreciates it. Really cares about this community. So Devil Shooter, thank you so much for what you do, man. And yeah, I think that's going to do it, guys. So I'm going to go get some dinner and probably get some more gaming in tonight. And the next stream, just a heads up, the next stream will be on Tuesday. we will be doing some members content on Tuesday as well, like a members lounge. So please look forward to that. Same time, same place, Tuesday. Okay. And yeah. All right. So enjoy the rest of your night, guys. I will catch you in the next one. No, you're not getting a mold reveal, Gaming Survivor. You have to keep dreaming for that one. Keep dreaming. You'll probably get a mold reveal one day. Who knows? All right. Take care, everyone. I'll catch you in the next one.